Oh no, that's looped. What? It's looped? The thing looped, and I wasn't even paying attention. The audio has looped. We're still starting soon. I haven't even opened up Stream Manager. It completely... I was just sat here waiting. And then I was like, oh, wait, I actually have to, like... If you hear anything, this is me trying to plug in the other... Come on. Desperately trying to plug in... There we go. The other cable into my headset. I've been blessed with having a headset mic that I don't use, but also still having a separate cable for just headphones. So, I can plug these headphones into two separate things at the same time, which is part of the reason I'm able to hear the stream in my own ears, because I have it opened up in Stream Manager, and I constantly have the stream going into my ears, like 10 seconds behind what's happening in real time, which also makes all of my audio quieter, because my headphones like auto balance. They have something that auto balances, so when I'm plugged into two different audio sources, it lowers the volume of each one that I hear, presumably so you don't like destroy your hearing, but then it makes audio balancing a nightmare. So there we go. I had thought about plugging in the headset mic into the stream, into the one with OBS, the computer with OBS, and then making it so I have two different microphones that I can switch between. The one I'm using now, and then the old headset mic, just for fun, if I ever wanted to get all crispy and crunchy. But anyway. Oh, one other thing I have to do. I have to start the heart rate monitor. Guess I'll put my one precariously on the edge of my desk. Nothing can go wrong with that. Ah, my home screen and all of my profiles that I've created. Oh, don't go to sleep. All these games I've shown before. I forgot I was on the home screen. Not that it really matters. You're gonna see what all my different profiles I have are optional other stuff. Is the Elgato unmuted? Is it too loud? This is Scar. It really just started. I thought maybe there'd be a little intro thing. Nah, it was just like straight away. Just like, there it is. I don't know where my mic is. My mic? I don't know where my camera is. I think it's right here. I'm gonna recenter just in case. Camera! I'm staring at you. Okay. Okay, it sounds a little loud. I'm gonna lower it down. Yeah, that sounds kind of loud. Is this better? Like I said, it's hard for me to tell how loud things actually are, because I can't actually hear anything. Maybe I can turn it down to the options. Ah, there we go. So the problem is, the problem that we have with this then is that it's very quiet for me, but not with, like, not on the stream. It's then loud on the stream. But what I'm hearing is what goes out through the stream. What about this? It's very hard to tell, because I constantly have to mute my own audio so I can hear the stream. And then I probably should just be talking the entire time. Okay, that sounds too quiet. Yeah, that sounds too quiet now. And then that... Okay, I'll leave it, like, here. What about here? Yeah. And also, I'm fighting the time delay. What about now? I'm just gonna keep talking, so it'll play in the background, and I can just keep talking. I'm gonna turn the special effects volume down a little bit, too. Just because it sounds like those are kind of loud, too. So... Does it play? It's... Turn down the BGM too. The most scuffed audio. Okay, that sounds good. I'm just gonna put everything like this. Text, what's the auto delay? I assume that's how fast it'll go away before, like, when you have it on auto. We'll leave this fine. I like message speed high. I like just being able to see everything right away. Oh, this is interesting. They just have where it is, not like the actual button. It's just where it is in the face. Done. Skip. Text window. Auto. That's interesting. Auto on Y. Show menu. Show menu. Cursor move. Okay. Log. Log. Show save screen. Show load screen. So these are both L and R log. And then skip is on B and auto is on Y. That's really interesting, actually. Okay. Okay. I think it's a nice volume. Also, where's my optional... What happened to my optional horror, huh? What happened to my optional horror? Where's that, huh? Do I have to hit new game? This game says it has optional horror. Also, I've got this, once again, camera's in the middle between the two screens, so if I stare at the camera, hopefully I'm looking right at you. But of course, every time I try to look over, I have to look over to the side, so I'm no longer... There we go. Yeah, so I'm no longer staring right at you. Also, the camera's way far away. So, that's another thing I'm fighting. But no, if you saw the tweet earlier today, it says that you can turn on and off the horror elements. So... the only thing I know about this game is that... Oh! Do you want to turn on the horror ease mode? When turned on, some of the horror effects will be reduced. Is this something I can change later? Is this something that I can turn on and off later? Yeah, all I know is that it's a remake of, or like a remaster of a thing from 1998. So horror ease mode is now off. Can I change that? Is that an option that... Will you let me... Oh. Is that something that I can just, like, not... Oh. Oh, this is interesting. Oh. Da 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 da. Wait, what happened? Why can't I move my... What? Da 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 da. Okay, for a second I couldn't move anything on the menu on the side. Da 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 da. This isn't off-putting at all. Oh, there's a quick save. Oh, that's nice. Let me just minimize this. Da da. I don't know the words. Is it? Joyful and triumphant. This is really weird, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. We used to fight as children. We fought over the TV. This is really, like, ominous. It's such a weird... This kind of reminds me of Seabed, though. Although the UI kind of reminds me of, some of... It kind of vaguely reminds me of Danganronpa, but more of Somnium Files. I wanted to watch cartoons, and you wanted to watch some difficult science program like Bill Nye the Science Guy. In the end, I'd always burst into tears. Okay, I'm really starting to get annoyed that they're looping like 30 seconds of "O Come All Ye Faithful." And you'd always let me watch what I wanted. My father was busy, so it was always just us in the house. What about your father? Always just the two of us. We can make it. Oh, I didn't turn on the heart rate monitor. That's what I was gonna do. Hold on. I have it on, it's just not showing in OBS. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. We used to go to the festival every summer. Always together. You smiling beside me, wearing the same yukata. But one year, we stopped going. One year, the text started getting cut off. What is this, Da Vinci Resolve? Ha, got him! Instead, a boy came to pick you up. It really bugs me that the bottom part of the text is cut off. I know you like that boy. I used to stand by the door watching you. You and I, we always had the most fun on special occasions. Ha ha ha, this memory always makes me laugh. On one Christmas Eve, because father wasn't home, you tried to be Santa Claus. What does that say? Asa something? Azume? You put a gift beside my pillow after I fell asleep. But as you were creeping away, you stepped on my body. Oh no! Stepping on a child. I'm gonna pull up the magic that is IME, Microsoft IME. Thank you very much. Oh no. Asami. Yeah, Asami. Okay, that's what I thought. Oops! It was so funny. I remember afterwards, you said you thought I still believed in Santa, so you had to do it. Even I knew Santa wasn't real. Wow. Way to ruin your sister's dreams. All of her work. That teddy bear you gave me that day, with the text cut off. I've been taking good care of it. Sis. Sis. Look at it. Look at its dead, soulless eyes. It stares right into your soul. It just begs the same question. Why? Why? I turned horror mode on, right? I can't wait. Scar of the Doll. Jump scare. Jump scare. Jump scare. December 18th. Looking for my beloved sister. It's funky music. Oh, it's stopping. I thought it was gonna keep looping. I was gonna say that's kind of a bop. It's like playing Anne. The fashion department's the best part of Anne. Thank you for calling. Please leave a message after the tone. Beep. Oh, there actually was a beep. The answering machine again. I sigh frustratedly. Let me know if it's too loud. It's really hard for me to tell. Okay, it sounds like I could turn it down just a little bit. I don't want to make it too quiet. What message should I leave this time? I'm not gonna do a voice for her really because I assume she's the main character. So I'm not gonna do a voice this entire time. I leave a message. I'll do my standard narration thing. Hello, sis? This is Asmi. I'm on my way. Stop messing around. Let's go with this one. No need to be so aggy. This is Asmi. Are you still not there, sis? I hope you're having fun somewhere in Tokyo. Is that what's happening? Anyway, your little sister is worried about you. I'm coming to Tokyo soon. When I do, please take care of me. Oops. Come on, sis. You have no idea just how worried I am. Also, I like that they got this little time. Oops. Oh, wait. You can go back in time? Whoa, that's so cool, actually. I try to be my usual self and leave a message. But I can't disguise my worry. I can't express how concerned I really feel. The anxiety is rising up in my chest. My heart is heavy. After leaving the message, I hang up the phone and let out a sigh. I wonder how many messages I've left on my sister's phone. Has she heard any of them at all? Maybe she's been listening to them and laughing to herself at my concern. Also, oh no, never mind, it's back. I was gonna say, it looks like we got rid of the text getting cut off. Nope, it's back. I can only hope that's the case. I've not heard from my sister since September, the 21st. Do you remember? My sister is 3 years older than me. She and I have always been close ever since we were children. We used to play outside every evening until it got dark. It looks like it's some sort of weird, way the text lines are written, because you can see that all of these, whenever there's a line underneath it, the bottom of the text doesn't get cut off. It's only when there's no line underneath it. It's some sort of weird layering thing, it looks like. Since we were a single-parent family and my father was often abroad for work, my sister was always very special to me in so many ways. It's still kind of weird, though, that you said my father when you're both sisters. My father. He's my father, not yours, sis. My sister goes to graduate school in Tokyo. The last time we spoke on the phone, we talked about nothing really important. I can't even remember the details. Ever since that call, though, I haven't been able to reach my sister by any means. So she's probably what, 19, 20? I would assume. If your sister's in grad school. My sister disappeared, maybe 21, 22? Facing this reality, I've decided that I have to go to Tokyo to find out what happened to my sister. Today's the day I'm ready to leave. My sister's address is somewhere here. Try the entrance, try my father's study, try the kitchen. Let's try the study. Oh. This is my father's study, but it isn't used much. My father works for a trading company, so he travels a lot and doesn't come home often. But when he comes back, he's always so nice to us. Whenever he comes home, my sister and I can't wait to see him. Okay. My sister's address is somewhere here. What if I just go back here? Okay, no, there's no... Okay, I was gonna say... Can we just keep going back to the study? Okay, no, okay. I thought maybe that she would be like, I already checked there. Nope. I haven't found my sister's apartment address or her school location. I think there's a note on the kitchen table. I'd better get it. The kitchen. On the table in the kitchen, there's a note on which my sister's address is written. Good luck with that. I should just check my sister's school address near her apartment address. She researches at Mikazuka Lab, affiliated to the Taito... Oh, what? Affiliated to the Taito University. That's a weird way of saying that. My sister's apartment address is Hongo 6 Chome, Bunkyoku, Tokyo. I mustn't forget my sister's apartment's spare key, so I can wait there, just in case. Got apartment spare key. I'm ready now. It's time to go. I know where my sister's school is, and I have the spare key for her apartment. I'm good to go. Go to the study. Try the kitchen. Oh, okay, fine. As I open the door, I feel like someone is watching me from behind. Suddenly, a white gas fills the room, and I begin to cough. As I fall to the ground, I see somebody in a hood and a gas mask. And they say,
Something something, Nanuri Games. I don't remember how that game begins or what they say.
yeah, I have no clue what they say. I don't remember. Huh? But, but, maybe I really should have turned horror ease mode on. Dun dun dun! I look over my shoulder. A stuffed teddy bear sitting there. Its eyes, lifeless and dark, peer into me like it's gazing at my very soul. It's just like that episode of Zoe 101 where they put the camera inside the giant stuffed teddy bear. Was that Zoe 101? I think that was Zoe 101. This bear has been precious to me since I was small. I remember my sister gave it to me. She left it by my bedside as a gift on the night of Christmas Eve. Okay, bear. You want to see my sister too? Look how happy she looks. What a lovely game. What a nice and lovely game. She looks so happy. It's such a sweet game. I take the toy bear and put it in my bag. Aw, isn't this sweet? This game is going to be so nice and lovely. Nothing bad's going to happen at all, I can tell. Suddenly, my heart is filled with memories of my sister, and her absence constricts my chest. I simply have to find her. I know that now, more than ever. Also, absence, not abscess. Abscess is very different than absence. You could say that they're almost complete opposites, seeing as absence is like the lack of something, which is like the exact opposite of an abscess. Oops, I'm still on Microsoft IME, so I just typed abscess into Google and it typed it out in Romaji. Well, not Romaji, it typed it out in Hiragana. Yeah, an abscess is a pocket of pus, where an absence is a lack of something. They're like complete opposites. Jump scare. December the 18th. And so, I find myself heading to Tokyo on a quest to find my sister. The most unforgettable week of my life is about to begin. Da-da-da-da! The teddy bear. I've been taking good care of it. I have so many memories of her. My sister must be somewhere around here. Oh, is the music stopping? Okay, well. On December 18th, I find myself on a bullet train bound for Tokyo. As I gaze outside the window watching the scenery pass me by, I think about my sister. Sis, you must have done the exact same thing 3 years ago. And I remember you looked so happy that you had been accepted to the lab you wanted to go to. Sis. I couldn't help mumbling out loud. An old man who was reading a newspaper next to me looked at me suspiciously. I'm not your sister. The bullet train passes by the disordered buildings before reaching Tokyo Station. It's pretty confusing here, but at least I've made it as far as Tokyo Station. Hello, Saibai. Saibi? A horror game? It is a horror game. Supposedly. I had the option to turn on horror ease mode, which apparently toggles off the horror or lessens the horror, but I decided that, you know what, let's toggle the horror back on, because why not? Everyone is walking about at what? Oh, everyone is walking about at speed, looking busy. I have no idea where to go next. Oh, maybe it's my imagination, but in the crowd of people, I catch a glimpse of a familiar figure. Is that... is that... my sister? It's gonna be some random person. The woman is going to be swallowed up by the crowds. I have to hurry to catch her. No, Asami, this is just like heavy rain. You can't find Sean in the crowds. Hydrate. Thank you. You have to let go, whatever your name was. He died. The crash was totally your fault because you forgot your wallet or didn't forget your wallet, but you looked everywhere in your wallet and your stupid child ran off in the middle of a crowded mall, then ran across the street. Then when he saw you, decided to run across the street without looking both ways. It's totally his fault. What was his name? It's Sean and Jason. Who's the dad in Heavy Rain? What's his name? Ethan. Okay. I was like, I don't remember what his name is. Go after the woman, call my sister's apartment. Well, I've read the description of this game on the store page, so I have an idea about what I should do, but let's do this and not be an idiot. I find a payphone, then I call my sister's apartment. Thank you for calling. Please leave a message after the tone. Beep. Hello, this is Asami. I've arrived at Tokyo Station now. Well, I'm heading to your lab. Then after that, I'll go to your apartment. I hope you'll let me stay there tonight. I'm gonna add some contractions to some of the dialogue, just to make it sound like something a person would say, in my personal opinion. I don't know who says, I will go to your apartment. If you're not there, I'll let myself in with the spare key. If you're listening to this now, please pick up the phone. This is probably about the 10th message I've left. Even though my sister never calls me back, I always leave a message. Where is my sister now? You'd think she'd be in her apartment. Either there or the lab at her university. I have the spare key, so if my sister isn't there, I can let myself in. Also, I know that the lab she studies at is called Mikazuka Lab. Mikazuka is probably the name of the professor in charge. I bet my sister's being kept busy with an experiment at the lab, and she hasn't been able to go home. The university might close early. Thinking this, I decide to go to the lab first, then her home. Don't go chasing after mysterious people in a crowd in a subway station. Well, it's not a subway station, but you get the idea. From Tokyo Station, I take the subway, eat fresh. Then walk for a little while. I finally come to the university where my sister is a student, Taito University. Since it's winter break, I don't see many students walking around. I didn't think the university was this big. Let me see. My sister's lab. Mikazuka Lab. Where is the lab? Also, before the stream started, I found out that I had my Switch set to 720 as the resolution size, and not 1080, so that might be why some of the previous games looked really weird on my end, because it was at a weird resolution. I decided to ask a student on the campus about Mikazuka Lab. There are two students. Who should I ask? The male student with messy hair or the female student with dyed hair? Well, let's be prejudiced and go for the dude with messy hair, because he probably knows where all the labs are. I'm gonna go out on a limb and be biased and say that the female student with dyed hair doesn't know where the science lab is. Excuse me? Oh, no thanks. I'm not interested. As I call out, the student hurries away. The student might have thought I was some kind of solicitor. Well, he was rude. Maybe I should ask the other student. Excuse me. Huh? Yeah? Can I help you? Do you know where Mikazuka Lab is? Mikazuka Lab. The student looks surprised. It's not easy to find. The lab isn't on campus. What? But doesn't the lab belong to the Taito University? Certainly the lab belongs to Taito University, but Mikazuka Lab is special. It's entirely independent from the university. That's why the lab isn't here. It's off campus. Saying this, the female student goes on to tell me where Mikazuka Lab is located. Excuse me, Do you know anything about Mikazuka Lab? Yeah, I know about it. It's famous, you know. The lab's not on campus, and the students can only be accepted by a professor's recommendation. So I've heard that the students in that lab are all the best of the best. Oh, I see. Are you trying to get into the postgraduate program here? No, it's my sister. She's in Mikazuka Lab. Really? That's incredible! Your sister must be some sort of genius. Not really. She's normal. Totally normal. Seeing how impressed the student is, I can only imagine how hard my sister must have studied. I feel so proud of my sister, but I also feel very distant from her at the same time. I want to see her again. Continue talking. It looks like there are far more male students than females here. Isn't that odd? Since this is the School of Engineering, I guess it's normal for most students to be guys. Engineering isn't all that popular amongst girls. If you ask me though, what engineering really needs right now is a woman's sensitivity. I see. I feel in this instant that my sister would agree completely. I can totally imagine her studying her hardest, determined not to be outdone by the boys. Thank you very much. Oh. I wouldn't think about her if I were you, unless you want to die. I'm glad I could help. See you around. The student leaves. What's happening to me? For some reason, I feel really ill. She dropped that super ominous line out of nowhere with this pleasant music playing in the background in broad daylight. I heard a strange voice. I didn't feel anything. I will deny everything that's happening. Mikazuka Lab, where my sister is a student, is independent from the university and is not located on the campus. Also, I like that I wouldn't think about her if I were you, unless you want to die. I'm so glad I could help. See you around. Walking away from Taito University, I find myself on empty streets. Huh? I stop walking. Nobody's here in the alley except me, but I heard the sound of footsteps. The sound of footsteps, like... I love my soundboard so much. Strange. It's almost like somebody's watching everything I'm doing, and doing some poorly timed jokes. I speak out loud as if to ease my fear. I look around, but no one is visible anywhere I look. I'm probably just oversensitive because I'm feeling quite nervous, but it's no wonder really. It's so deathly quiet here. Deathly quiet. Don't worry, I have that just at any moment to make the game not scary. I've got it. We'll get jump scared, we'll get stabbed by the demon, and they'll be like, your end is nigh, Asumi. It's time for you to be deceased, and then we'll hit them with the... Turning a corner, I'm suddenly confronted by a tall building. The building looks more like a major research center than a simple university laboratory. Surrounded by a high wall, the building is also guarded by a security guard at the gate. Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. Oh, I need to put that on the soundboard. This is incredible. I can't believe this is just a university laboratory. My sister's studying in this building. I open the door of Mikazuka Lab. Is my sister really here? A strange thrill of nervousness runs down my spine. First, I should go to the administration office and ask about my sister there. The office is almost empty. At the desk in the back, there's an elderly woman who looks like the office manager. I approach the woman and ask her about my sister. May I help you? Yeah. My name is Asumi Kamijo. My sister's a student here, and today I've come to see her. The woman in front of me, wearing a nameplate that read Office Manager, looked exaggeratedly uncomfortable. Excuse me? What was your name again? Kamijo? So your sister's name would also be Kamijo, yes? Yeah, of course. Her attitude is starting to irritate me. She's the one who works here. Doesn't she know the students? There's no student here by the name of Kamijo. I don't have a dun dun dun. I don't think. I don't think that's something that I have, unfortunately. I do have this, though. I guess that's the closest thing we're gonna get to dramatic dun dun dun. Huh? What do you mean? Jump scare. No. There's no Kamijo here. There are 6 students in Mikazuka Lab, but none are called Kamijo. Maybe you got the wrong lab. No, I'm sure this is it. I've heard her say she's a student at Mikazuka Lab. That's why I came here. Please take another look. She has to be on the list. I'm afraid that isn't possible. I know every student here. There's no way I could be mistaken. Is it possible that your sister may have graduated some time ago? No, she's in the first year of the doctorate course. Well, I don't know what to tell you. She's simply not a student here. This is ridiculous. I never anticipated this response. Maybe this woman is lying. Maybe she just doesn't want to help me out. No, that would be even more ridiculous. Is it not possible that she's a student at another lab? No, I'm sure it's Mikazuka Lab. I don't know then. I didn't expect this. My sister isn't a student at this lab? Then she lied to me? It's too early to come to any conclusions. I've only spoken to a single administrative officer. I need to find someone else to ask. There must be someone in charge here. A professor who runs the lab. The admin staff may not know. But surely the teachers will know about my sister. I look at the building map. I see that the teaching staff's offices are on the 2nd floor. What if she just turned around and went home and been like, well, I guess she was lying, and that was just the end of the game. The offices of the professor and the assistant professor are on the 2nd floor, and the students' rooms are on the 3rd. Students' rooms. Maybe my sister will be there. The door is locked. Only registered students can enter. Next to the door, there's a device to enter a key code. If I push the right 4-digit code here, the door will open. The students' rooms are on the 3rd floor. Even if my sister isn't there right now, I could ask the other students. I might be able to get some information about her. If only I knew the access code. Have you tried 14... Wait, was that what it was? Have you tried 140... Was it 1401? 1401, right? Was it 1401? Was that what it was? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it was 1401. That's one of my... Oh, no, it was 1041. There it goes. 1041. Maybe I should just try entering numbers at random. It's worth a shot. Just as I'm about to start pushing numbers at random, I hear a voice from behind. Hey, excuse me. Oh, it's another lady. Looking behind me, I see a woman who looks like she works here. Excuse me, but the 3rd floor is for the students' labs. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. They're all gonna sound the same. All the characters are gonna sound the same. It seems odd that I can't go to the students' rooms. Somehow, I feel like something's wrong. But I have no choice. I abandoned the idea for now. The woman disappears into Professor Mikazuka's office on the second floor. She might be a secretary. What if she's the professor, huh, Asami? That's awful sexist of you. It seems the best thing to do will be to follow my original plan and see the professor. Or now that she's left, you could just start pressing buttons. It's gonna be really funny when she opens the door and it's the same lady who answers, and she's like, I'm looking for the professor, and she's like, yep, that's me. I knock on the door of Professor Mikazuka's office. Yes, please come in. I hear a woman's voice coming from within the room. I enter the professor's office. I almost said president's office. I'm Maiko Mizukoshi, Professor Mikazuka's secretary. Oh, she was right. Aw, the funny twist. We had an option for comedy and it didn't happen. I'm Asumi Kamijo. Nice to meet you. The professor is away at a conference, but I'm happy to help you in any way I can. Excuse me, can I ask some questions? I think I'll just give her like the weird like Rinko Tsugumi voice. Ah, yes. You're the one who's here to see your sister, right? Oh, you heard? Yes, I had a call from the admin office. They told me you might come up and see me. But, as the admin staff may have told you already, there are only 6 students in Mikazuka Lab. I'm sure there must have been some sort of misunderstanding. The answer is the same here. My sister isn't here? But that's impossible. Seeing how disappointed I am, Maiko calls out to me again. If you'd like, why don't you tell me everything? I know a coffee shop nearby. I like how we can just say no. Oh, it's not, wait, it's not like... It's not letting me quick save. It's not letting me open the menu. I can't quick save here. I mean, we can rewind time by looking at the chat log, but... You know what, let's just do this for now. I do think it'd be funny if I took every single opportunity to not do what could, like, progress the story, just like every possible option, just be like, no, I refuse. I tell Maiko all about my sister. Huh, that is strange. But I can certainly tell you are sincere in what you say. I've been working here for 5 years, ever since I graduated from high school. If your sister had been here, I would have known her, but I've never heard of anyone by that name. Did we ever get her sister's first name? Like, full name? I don't think we have yet. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Really? I don't know what to think. This is all so confusing. Maiko sits silently, thinking for a while. Maybe she just attended a few classes in our lab? Is that possible? No, she definitely said she was a student registered at Mikazuka Lab. She's supposed to be in the first year of the doctorate course. There's only one D1 student in Mikazuka Lab right now. D1? Oh, sorry. D1 means the first year of the doctorate course. Her name is Ichinose. Oh, his name is Ichinose. He was the only new doctorate student who entered this year. That's why I know you must have your wires crossed. I have to see this Ichinose. He's in the same year as my sister. Maybe tomorrow. Feeling quite ill all of a sudden, I drop my head onto the table. Maiko looks at me anxiously, but it seems she doesn't know what to say. Well, what could she say? Even I don't understand this situation. It's so confusing. I may have misunderstood. Even though I say that, I know that I haven't. My sister said she's a student at Mikazuka Lab. I know this lab exists. Therefore, she must be there. It's so simple. But my sister isn't there. What does this mean? What's the truth behind my sister's disappearance? Maiko's lying, my sister's lying, I've made a mistake, stop thinking about it. What if we just stop thinking about it? Just don't progress the story. We could have just declined to go to the coffee shop. I don't like any of these. I'm gonna go with this one. You know what? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna stop thinking about it because I don't think that any of these things are what's happening. I think that she really was there, but this is some sort of like Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE Encore, where people are getting sucked off into like the entertainment shadow realm and everybody forgets who they are. That's how that worked, right? I make a conscious effort to stop thinking about it. I nod my head, trying to stay positive. Keep it positive. After watching me for a while, Maiko opens her mouth to speak. Shall we go? I finally pull myself together. Thank you for your time. No problem at all. I have to get back to work. Please feel free to come back if you get any new information. Yes, thank you very much. What if we changed the genre? What if we made this into a slice of life romance? Huh? What if we changed this into slice of life Yuri romance with Micah? Maiko? Maiko. Huh? What if we turned this into like blackberry honey? Based on the description of blackberry honey. We leave the cafe. Maiko and I part ways in front of Mikazuka Lab. If she's not at the lab, then there's only one place I can go. My sister's apartment. I really hadn't expected this. I thought she'd be here at the lab and then I could meet her. My sister must be in her apartment. I must head there. What was the address again? Hongo 6 Chome. Is it gonna make me remember? As I'm about to leave the building, I noticed a student doing the same. The student is a large man. He hasn't noticed me. The student might know my sister. Call out to the student. What if I don't want to? What if this is some sort of like eldritch deity that's like gonna devour my soul, huh? Excuse me, do you have a moment? When I call out, the man looks back at me, surprised. Jump scare. What's this music? What was the little scream in the background too? The oh, you. How? Receiving such an odd response from a person I'm meeting for the first time. I'm flummoxed. Wow, good use of flummoxed. But how? How can you be here? Stay back! Keep away from me! The man yells out in terror, then turns and runs. Huh? That was pretty rude. You know, not to brag, but I think I'm quite attractive. What on earth was that all about? How incredibly rude. I shouldn't have bothered calling out to him. Right now we're 0 for 2 for the male characters. Well, actually no, we're 1 of 3 out of the male characters in this game. The dad sounds pretty chill. The 2 uni students we've met so far, not so good. They both run away from the girl. Sasuga engineering students. Glancing down, I noticed something that looks a bit like an exam paper. It looks like the student dropped it in his panic as he ran away. The name on the paper is second year doctoral course Fukutaro Kakuzaki. He's a doctorate student and second year, so 1 year ahead of my sister. But why on earth did he panic so much when he saw me? Who does he think I am? Maybe he thinks you're that lady from that horror film that like crawls out of the TV. I mean, you kind of got the hair and you're wearing a white top. So, maybe. You never know. Maybe he's just deeply traumatized by ladies with shoulder-length black hair. Maybe he's got like some past trauma. You don't know his situation. Maybe he's he's like a timeline hopper, and in an alternate universe, he like wronged you in some way and you chased him down to exact your revenge. I don't know. Gathering myself together, I head for my sister's apartment as I skip the text without reading it. Near my sister's apartment, the roads are narrow. It's a quiet residential area. Searching for her address, I walk on, growing more nervous with each step I take, especially considering the fact that it's raining when it's still sunny out. Will my sister be there in her apartment? This is it. Not to be confused with, "This is it!" the catchphrase of Rei Nikaido from Zetai Zetsume Panda. Finally, I found the apartment. My sister's apartment in Tokyo is in a prefab building. This is my sister's apartment. Room number 202, isn't it? Since she wasn't at Mikazuka Lab, she must be here. There's no other place my sister could possibly be in the entirety of Tokyo. Trying to keep calm, I climb the stairs. I'm standing in front of the apartment where my sister lives. The nameplate on the door says Kamijo. This is most definitely her apartment. After what happened at the lab, part of me doubted I would find this apartment here. But just as my sister told me, the apartment exists. Dun dun dun! It's time. I'm gonna make a call that's probably most definitely going to be wrong. What if she is the sister? What if she's the sister? What if there's some sort of weird memory timeline shenanigans going on and she is the sister? Maybe she is her older sister and she was at the university, but now no one remembers because something happened. A la Kimi no Nawa, or spoiler alerts for Spider-Man No Way Home. Just like in No Way Home when he's like, I erase me from everybody's memory so they don't know I'm Spider-Man. Push the doorbell, just open the door, just bust in, breaking and entering, my guy. Or my lady. I decide to open the door with my spare key. The spare key fits in the keyhole, and when I turn it, I can hear the lock disengage, like lockpicking lawyer. The key my sister left for me is this apartment then. There's no doubt my sister was living in this apartment. But whenever I called here, my sister didn't answer. Why's that? And then when we open it, reining in my anxiety, I turn the doorknob. Jump scare! Jump scare! The door opens. Jump scare! With expectation and anxiousness, I look around my sister's apartment. Jump scare! Jump scare! Oh. It's an ordinary apartment. Kitchen, prefab bathroom, and a simple bedroom. And of course, no one is here. Until jump scare! This is a very memeable face. Stop it. Get some help. So, she's not here either? Why? What's happened to her? Where is she now? Open the fridge. The refrigerator's empty. Nothing in the fridge? Did she clean it out herself before she left? Or maybe... I stopped thinking. Search the cupboard. The tableware is all stacked neatly in the cupboard. It's all wrong. It's like no one is living here. Check the phone. Always check the phone. The only messages recorded are the ones left by me. You have 8 new messages. Hey, Asumi. Oh, hey, it's Asumi. Sis, aren't you there? Oh, wait. Wait, I do have something for this, though. Where is it? Where's the phone thing? Phone, where are you? Here we go. Let me turn this on. There we go, right? Right? Wait. There. What? What? There we go. Okay. Well, I don't have any particular reason to call you, but... I tried to call you since you haven't called me for a while now. If you have time, please call me back. Bye! The voicemail recorded the messages I had left so far. Hello, this is Asmi. I've arrived at Tokyo Station now. Well, I'm heading to your lab. The eighth and final message was the one I had left from Tokyo Station. Then, after that, I'll go to your apartment. I hope you let me stay there tonight. If you're not there, I'll let myself in with a spare key. If you're listening to this now, please pick up the phone. You're already dead, aren't you? I look back, startled. What did the machine just say? The messages are all as I left them. Dun dun dun! Unreliable narrator! Let's be inquisitive. Actually, you know what? Are we just gonna accept everything? I feel like it's intuitive. I feel like the game wants you to think we should answer this, right? Because I feel like that's the meta option. But I feel like we're gonna do the basic option. I'm just gonna say, what? What was that? Because I feel like that'll make it more interesting. I know I heard it. Something very odd indeed. Listen to the messages again. Delete the messages. This is... I'll be honest, these are not the choices I want to make. I'm doing this because I think it's going to be a better story. I listened to the messages again. My voice in the tape sounds like a completely different person. Oops.
This is not the one I wanted. Oops, this is not the one. I did not mean to click this.
If you're listening to this now, please pick up the phone. The final message, which I thought I just heard, doesn't play. Maybe I was just hearing things. Exhaustion can lead to all sorts of hallucinations. Suddenly scared, I decided to delete all the messages. Was that my imagination? I really thought I heard something. Open the fridge. Oh. Stop searching and think. Jump scare. Jump scare. Jump scare. Now it really looks like the beginning of 999. Standing there, all alone, I think... Standing there all alone, I think about the reasons for my sister's disappearance. Today, December 18th, I left my parents' house, and I went to the lab where my sister is a student, and to my sister's apartment. The name of the lab is Mikazuka Lab, Taito University. Mikazuka Lab is in a building a short way from the Taito campus. That's an indisputable fact. Mikazuka Lab exists. My sister told me she was a student at Mikazuka Lab, and that lab certainly exists. My sister did not lie. My sister... She must have been kidnapped. She must be in hiding. I have to stop thinking. See, I feel like we're being baited into like doing this for stuff because the whole I don't even know if this is, oh, I can't look at it anyway. Way back when we talked to the other lady, the student, right in the middle of her conversation, she was like, "You have to stop thinking about your sister or you'll die." Anyway, I'm glad I could help. See you later. So, I feel like this is what the game is trying to get you to do in the sense of like, this is the meta option of like, I'm gonna go against the grain, but instead I'm just gonna keep choosing stuff that I think she would actually do and the options that I don't think are right and the things I wouldn't actually choose to make a better story. Must have been kidnapped, must be in hiding. I'm gonna go with kidnapped. I think hiding, neither one of these are what I think happened, but kidnapped is closer. The most natural conclusion to reach is that my sister has been taken by someone. But if so, then who? Someone from the lab? Someone else? Some person I don't know must have kidnapped my sister. Was my sister kidnapped by an underground organization that buys and sells young women? As far as I know, No such organization exists. Well, then you don't know a lot, Asami. As absurd as it seems, I can't deny any possibility. After all, my sister's not here. Asami's clearly never seen trafficked. My sister must have gone into hiding. But what possible reason could she have for doing that? Maybe she's eloping with a boyfriend? And she didn't even tell me? That's ridiculous. First of all, why would she hide something like that from me and her father? My family members may live apart, but we're all very close. And why, sis? Maybe she's eloping with a girlfriend, huh? My sister has gone into hiding. This hypothesis brings me more comfort than thinking that someone took her. Maybe they were roommates. Someone from the lab. They must have kidnapped my sister. But that's ridiculous. Nonetheless, there is something odd about Mikazuka Lab. It's so strange that no one knows my sister. Very strange. Also, did she change? Or is it just like the art has like just different in this thing? Because it doesn't look like she's wearing the same top. It doesn't look like a sweater anymore. It looked like a sweater earlier. It's like lost all of its texture. Yes, tomorrow I must go back and search the lab carefully. I'll go up to the keypad and I'll type in 1041. If you flip it upside down and read it in reverse, it spells thought. That's how you know that Sayaka Mizono is actually the killer. Spoilers for Danganronpa, not actually, but also that game came out like... Wait, when did that game come out? Hold on, wait a second. It's over 10 years old, right? Because Decadence, I have Decadence, and Decadence was a couple years ago. So I don't feel bad about talking about it. It's also literally like the first thing in the game. I have to stop thinking. I wonder if that's just there, so on subsequent playthroughs you can just speed through stuff. I wonder if that's why you have options to like decline stuff, like declining the coffee shop. I wonder if that's just to like speed run through that section. If this has like multiple endings. I'm getting tired from all this stress. I probably shouldn't worry so much. I should get some rest and try again tomorrow. Don't answer that. Don't answer it. All of a sudden, I hear a noise. And after that, I hear... Wait, hold on. It's on board. After that, I hear... It takes me a while to realize that the unfamiliar sound is the apartment's doorbell. Someone's here. That's what I'll use from now on. I won't use the Among Us one, I'll use this instead. My sister! She's back! That's my immediate thought. But if it's my sister, then why would she ring the doorbell to her own home? Unsure what to do, I stand still, waiting for the person at the door to make the next move. It's gonna be just like the beginning of World End Syndrome. You're gonna look through the peephole, and there's gonna be somebody staring right back at you through that peephole. But the doorbell does not ring again. Is the person still there? In the silent room, the only noise is the low hum of the refrigerator. I know how this works. I know how this works. You've gotta hide. Hide, quick, under the bed. I have to do something. But what? Oh no, wait, game, let me quick save, please. What should we do? Should I throw caution to the wind and just open the door? And just say, hello? Just be like, welcome home, honey. Let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah. Yeah. Playing this save, I want horror jump scare. I drove my courage and opened the door. That was a pretty good door open. What about... This is such a funny door slam sound effect. A large man is standing there. Perhaps because I opened the door so suddenly, he looks shocked. You! It's the guy who ran away as soon as he saw me back at the lab. His name is Kakazaki. Kakazaki? A second year in the doctorate course at Mikazuka Lab. Kakazaki's face is twitching. He looks flushed as he's covered in sweat. He looks beside himself with fear and agitation. Maybe someone is chasing him. Spooked by the odd appearance of my sudden visitor, I try to close the door. But just then, Kakazaki speaks. What? I gave him the Nagito voice, didn't I? Ask for help from Mr. Shina. He will help you. Mr. Shina? On the third floor of the lab. Kakazaki speaks as if each word requires a tremendous effort from him. His eyes look bloodshot, but also teary. I don't know what, but I can tell that, in his own way, he's trying to tell me something. My eyes meet his. I can see no madness there, but only tenderness. I should ask Mr. Shina for help? Looking relieved, Kakazaki nods. Then he takes a note from his pocket and hands it to me. Involuntarily, I take it from him. At the same time, Kakazaki turns and leaves. Excuse me. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, the game looks like... I'm looking at the stream. The game's like super like yellowy. It's super pale on my screen. I guess that's always how this works. Even Tears of the Kingdom is like... Is this a horror game? Hello, Kuroneko. It says it's a horror game. I did turn to, I opted to turn horror on. Also, I don't like how it looks, but I think I am going to change my monitor to be warm because I'm looking at OBS and it looks like there's like a yellowy filter on the game. So I'm gonna make it so that my game looks the same, because right now I have it set to be normal, like on the color temperature, and everything looks like pale, but it looks like it's yellowy on the stream. So actually, I can't tell. Is that OBS? It's really hard to tell. Oh, is that OBS? I'm looking at 3 different versions of the stream, and all of them have different things. True horror is finding out Canadian geese have teeth on their tongues. Oh no. I can't tell. I can't tell. I'm gonna... Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'm gonna leave it like this. I like not having a filter on my game. So far, I've decided to choose all the funny decisions that I would totally not choose if I was playing this game for real, but I want funny things to happen. And so I had an option of when I arrived at my sister's apartment and there was nobody here and the refrigerator was empty and everything was spotless, there was suddenly a knock at the door in the middle of the night, and my options were pretend not to be here, go by the door and wait, or just open the door. So I was like, you know what, we're just gonna open the door, because it'll be funny. And it turns out that we seem to have gotten some actual information out of it. It was a dude that we saw earlier in the day that we tried to ask for directions, and he looked at us, screamed in terror, and then ran away. Kinda rude, not gonna lie. It seems clear that someone must be following him. After a while, I realize I'm still clutching the note that he gave me. I look down at the note, written in roughly scrawled handwriting. The note Kakazaki left has a number written on it. Key code 0268. 4-digit code. I assume this number can be used somewhere. And ask Mr. Shina for help. What does that mean? It means you ask him for help? Kakazaki looked like he was running away from someone. I'm concerned about him, but I can hardly afford to worry about others. My mind is assaulted by worries on all sides, but I have no one with whom I can confide in. Standing alone and frightened in this small apartment, I can't picture my sister living here. Somehow, she feels awfully distant from me all of a sudden. However, the sense of loss also gives me a renewed determination. I was not tenacious enough when I was at Mikazuka Lab today. I will return tomorrow. Whatever others may think of me, I must uncover the truth and find my sister. Jump scare. Jump scare. Jump scare. Oh, well. My first day in Tokyo is over. Tired beyond belief, I collapse onto the bed. Despite my fatigue, though, I can't fall asleep right away. I never anticipated anything like this. Just what has happened to my sister? Jump scare. Oh. Oh, Asumi. How strange, Asumi. What on earth are you doing here? What am I doing? I've been worried sick about you. You haven't returned any of my calls. Oh, you're right. I forgot to call you back. I'm so sorry, Asumi, but I'm glad you're here. Now I can show you all around Tokyo. Well, you'd better. I was so worried, sis. Sis. My imagination creates a conversation between my sister and me. With her imaginary words echoing in my mind, I fall asleep. Jump scare. Well, this is boring. Jump scare! Oh, this banging beat, too? Am I dreaming? She's gonna turn around, and it's gonna be the face of a demon. Somebody is standing with their back to me. I'm gonna preemptively uncross my legs so I don't accidentally jerk my leg and slam it into the bottom of my desk. But I can't remember. Who is it? She looks a lot like the lady in the Chinokate album cover. This is a dream. I don't like it. I feel a little sick. The horror game can't harm me if I just don't look at it. I can't be scared if I don't look. I've had this dream a lot recently. A dream in which I'm fully aware that I'm dreaming. Lucid dreaming. I want to wake up now. Jump scare. Who is that? Jump scare. Someone I've met. No. No, it's not just that. It's someone very special to me. Jump scare. Is it my sister? Are you my sister? If so, please turn around. I hope my heart rate's going up when this is happening. Please don't get me worried. A woman with long hair is standing with her back toward me. If this isn't the setup to like every horror movie ever, then I don't know what is. It's very dark. A very dark place. I just can't be scared with this music though. She's fat. Is she? What? Crouching a little, she seems to be struggling to support the weight of her own body. Maybe she just has weak ankles. Talk to the woman. Hello, good madam. What's making you suffer so much? If there's anything I can do, please let me know. Let me see your face. I don't want to see your face. Hey, why won't you ever turn to face me? I don't want to either. My heart rate better be going up. You're someone special to me. You are, aren't you? Please, let me see your face. The woman with long hair slowly begins to move her heavy body. And very slowly, she turns around. That's not as scary as I thought it was going to be. Oh. That was kind of scary. Kind of looked like the French flag for a second right there. A terrible scream. I cannot tell if the scream came from my own mouth or from the woman in the dream. I wake up covered in sweat. Icky. Icky. The Mystery of Mikazuka Laboratory, December 19th. As soon as I wake up, I head for Mikazuka Lab. It's the only place I can think of that might hold the secret of my sister's disappearance. Last night, a student named Kakazaki gave me a note with a key code written on it. That should allow me to get to the 3rd floor of the lab. Maybe some of the students there can tell me something that will help me out. Maybe the one called Shino might hold the key. In the main street, there seems to be some sort of commotion. What's going on? Something happened? We're gonna find Kakazaki's corpse, brutally murdered on the streets! People are pointing and looking in the direction of the subway. They don't know what the colors mean. Oh! I get to choose where I'm going. We're going to the station, obviously. Forget the lab. We need to investigate what these rubberneckers are looking at. Hey, did you hear? Someone tried to commit suicide by jumping in front of a train. Yup, I was just heading to the ticket gate when it happened. So did the person who jumped survive? Are you crazy? Of course not. The driver must have hit the brakes, but there's no way to stop the train. Suicide by jumping in front of a train? I wonder why they did it. Oops. Don't know. I think it'll be hard to even identify who it was in that state. A suicide. An unidentified body. Those ominous words clatter around my head. Could it be? My sister? Oh, I thought you were gonna say Kakazaki. Hongo Subway Station is nearing the end of rush hour and is crowded with students and onlookers. Police are there, but no one can get through the ticket gate. I may be able to go through if I said the dead person might be a member of my family. Sure, why not? I can't leave here not knowing. My sister's missing, and for all I know, her body could be here. I have to see the body. I have to put my mind at ease. Excuse me. Yes? May I help you? The police officer seems to have realized from my expression that I'm not a mere onlooker. The officer listens to me attentively. The person who committed suicide. It might be a member of my family. My voice fades almost entirely to nothingness as I speak. If it turns out that what I'm saying is true, then my heart feels constricted. I feel an odd pressure in my chest. Please, come this way. Yes. As I go through the ticket gate, crowds of people gaze at me. A murmur of excitement can be heard coming from the throng. The police officer returns, apparently with permission from the officer in charge. Could you wait here for just a while? I'm led into what appears to be some sort of staff room. After waiting a while, I see 2 people emerge after answering some questions. I still can't believe it. I'm never taking the front carriage ever again. I just know I'm gonna see this in my dreams tonight. Me too. I wish I hadn't seen anything. Please, come this way. Brace yourself. That goes for you too, audience. I feel so uneasy, so nervous. I've never felt anything like this before. My sister would never kill herself. She's always been the one to keep my spirits up. Are you okay? If you're ready, then. I'm ready. Finally, I see the body. The body... Oh. Interesting. It sounded like there was a... Oh, there it goes. The body is so badly damaged by the impact that it maintains no semblance of its former shape. But clearly, this is not my sister. The body is very badly damaged, but I can tell that it's male. Kakazaki, come on! No, I don't think it's her. It's not my sister. Your sister? Then it's definitely not her. This is a male body. You look so certain about the body, I thought you had a suicide note or something. Trying my hardest not to vomit, I take another look at the body. Kakazaki, come on! But this is... It looks a lot like... This looks like someone I met yesterday. Instinctively, I cover my mouth. It's hard to stop from vomiting. The horribly disfigured face is telling me something. I feel like I've met this man. That's it. I remember now. This is the guy who got frightened when he saw me and gave me the key code yesterday. This is Kakazaki from the doctorate program. I mean, it looks like him, but I have no proof at all. Give him a tip. Give him a tip. Tell him you think you know who it might be, and that they should try and verify whether or not he's alive. That's the easiest way. Be like, hey, you know what his full name is, too. Like, I think this is whatever his name was, something Kakazaki. He's a second year in the doctorate program at Mikazuka Laboratory at Taito University. It might not be him, but could you just check if he's still alive? Like, that's so easy. What's more, the body is badly disfigured. And I only met Kakazaki yesterday. There's a good chance that it was a mistake, but it doesn't hurt to try. But in the meantime, reporting it to the police seems to make some sense. Exactly. Please let me choose to tell them something. I'm reporting it to the police. Obviously, this is the obvious answer. Even if it's not Kakazaki, even if he's still alive, at least they have something to go off of. I can say, hey, I think I might, this isn't my sister, but I think I might know who it is. I think it's this guy. Can you make sure he's still okay? Because if they find him and nobody knows where he is and they can't find him anywhere, then they'll be like, hey, it was him, or it's most likely him. Thanks, random lady. And if not, they'll just be like, well, another dead end. Now, what I can see happening is I'm going to report it to the police, and they're going to be like, Futaro Kakazaki, there's nobody who exists by that name. They're going to go over to the lab, and they're going to be like, there's nobody named Kakazaki in the doctorate program. We're going to report it anyway, but... I told the police officer that I had an idea of who this person of the body was, after mentioning the possibility of mistaken identity. If you see something, say something. I see. So you met that person yesterday for the first time, right? Yes. So, I think it's a misunderstanding. Okay, I understand. Please fill in the person's department and your contact information. I filled out the form that the police officer had given me. It doesn't hurt to say anything. It doesn't hurt. You're not hurting anybody by saying something. Maybe you waste a little bit of time, but if it turns out that it is Kakazaki, and you didn't tell anybody, and then later, like, they just never find out, or maybe way later they find out it's Kakazaki, think about, man, I could have told them right at the start. They could have been on this right from the get-go. I was not sure about my contact information, but I decided to write in the address and phone number of my sister's apartment. Thank you for taking your time. We'll investigate this case. Good choice. Good choice. That's what I would have done in that situation. Had I thought that maybe I would have known who the dead person was, I definitely would have said, hey, I think I know who this is. I'm not 100%, but I think this is who it is. Could you just, like, verify real quick that he's, like, still alive? That's what I would have done. Unbelievable. The dead man looks like the guy I met yesterday. Oh, what was that lag? City office, police box. Oh, this is really weird. I have to move the stick up and down. I can't move it, like, side to side, like how you might think. I have to move it, like, up and down. That's interesting. It looks like we've got a bit more freedom in where we can go now, too. I feel like this is definitely a game where it's really hard to tell since you can't open up the menu all the time. I feel like it's definitely the kind of game to play through once, and then on second playthrough you start making quick saves and everything. Because you can't quick save before you choose an option, which I find really bizarre. Let's try and follow the main story as much as possible. I'm gonna go to the lab. I kind of want to just hang around the station for fun, but I want to make this, I want to be like, I want to do like a really basic, like generic run first, just to see if we can get some stuff fleshed out. It's so quiet around the building, and it seems no one else is here. The lab is only used by a select handful of researchers and students. Among those people, there must be someone who knows the truth, someone who can help me. I don't know why it's lagging all of a sudden. Leave the building? Why would I leave? Go here. The door to the third floor is locked. Only registered students can enter. I'm gonna save. How many save slots do I get? 12? I'll save. Next to the door, there's a device to enter a key code. If I push the right 4-digit code here, the door will open. This is the number that Mr. Kakizaki told me last night. Okay, I was gonna say, please don't make me remember. I don't actually remember what it was. I know it's one of these two. Was it 0246 or was it 0268? Oh, I did just save right before this. That was a stroke of luck. Let's go with this one. I've entered the wrong code for accessing the third floor. I take another look at the note Mr. Kakizaki gave me last night. 4-digit code written on the paper is 0268. Okay, well, there we go. This is the only security measure. As soon as I enter the right code, the door swings open. But what I fail to notice is the roll of bubble wrap right along the door. She steps it goes pop, 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 and suddenly everyone goes, an intruder. Now I can head up to the third and fourth floors of the lab. When I de-authenticated, I suddenly heard a laugh. It was a weird, stifled sound. It was the same person who had been watching my every move in the shadows of the staircase. Dun dun dun! I thought I would be stopped from going upstairs, but the person only gave me a strange, faint smile. Oh. He was an old man in a white coat. Are you the person who works in this lab? You want to know about me? I'm Kanematsu, the technician of this lab. In reality, I don't actually have that much to do. How old am I? 20! I guess that's his idea of a joke. I don't know if I have the energy to talk to him anymore. I thought this person might know my sister. I changed my mind and asked. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Kanematsu slowly turns toward me, a creepy smile on his face. We don't even know his name. Did he even introduce himself? Wait, hold on, let me... Oh no, he did. Never mind. Something about this guy feels wrong. I don't want to talk to him for long. I'm here looking for my sister. She told me she was a student here at this lab. I can't find her here. Do you know anything about it? Kanematsu remains quiet, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he opens his mouth. I have no idea. No idea at all. No idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee. His laugh echoes through the lab. His laugh is not that of an old man. It's shrill and sounds unhinged. Oh, and if that's the case... Your sister? You came to find your sister? That's certainly amusing. I know just who would think of something like this. Kanematsu's laughing hard. I don't think I'll be able to get any information from him. Watch him, ask about the lab, go elsewhere. Well, let's just follow what she's thinking. Oh. Back to the groovy music. Oh, Sheena. This is the space used by Sheena, the third-year doctoral student. Excuse me, can I bother you for a moment? I call out to the student. As the man turns around, I can see that his face is deathly pale. He looks pretty not pale to me, I'm being completely honest. He doesn't look deathly pale. Yeah, he looks pretty not deathly pale to me, in my personal opinion. He doesn't take his eyes off of me. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Sheena seems almost to choke on his own breath, but he quickly recovers his equilibrium. I wonder if you can help me. My sister is supposed to be a D1 student at this lab. Do you know anything about her? I see confusion in Sheena's eyes. I wait for his answer, silently praying that he can help me. I don't know your sister. He turns back to his computer. I don't think I'm gonna get any information from him. Is he hiding something? He's hiding something. Does he know about my sister's disappearance? Ask about the lab. Can you tell me a little bit about this lab? Sheena glances at me with a look of vexation on his face. Very strange response. I can't help you. Go ask someone else. Turning away from me, Sheena returns to his work. This person is so rude. He won't say anything to me. Can you tell me a little bit about this lab? Okay, it's just the same thing. Sheena is a student of Mikazuka Lab, a third year in the doctorate course. He's been here the longest of all the students here. There are papers and diagrams everywhere. Mr. Sheena, I thought he could tell me something, but he seemed to reject me from the start, and he was cold. What shall I do now? I want to investigate the lab more. Let's go someplace I haven't been yet. You can check the library for hints on where to go next. Kakazaki, Kaori, Funabashi, Yumino, Ichinose. Why is she listed as Kaori? Well, I guess first names. I just thought it was really weird. You got like Ichinose, Yumino, Funabashi, Sheena, Kakazaki, and then Kaori. Should we go somewhere else? We can always come back into the student space. The incinerator, the assistant office, the computer room, the library, the student space, the administration office, or we could just leave. Let's go check out Kakazaki's place. I kind of actually, if we could, I kind of wanted to go back. We can't really, oh, we might actually be able to if we go back here. Go talk to Hanamatsu again. Ask him some more stuff. This lab is like my home. No, this lab is my home. I don't understand why, but he starts to laugh. Even if he looks at me favorably, it would be undeniable that he's an emotionally unstable person. Anyway, if anything happens, make sure you come and ask me. Can't trust anyone else. This conversation is starting to make me feel sick. It's time for me to go. Kanematsu is the lab technician at Mikazuka Lab. A queer man. He seems to be smirking all the time. He looks to be in his 60s. Queer, I assume, as in weird. The actual definition. I'm gonna go check out Kakazaki's place, you know? This is the space used by Kakazaki, the second-year doctoral student. But no one is here right now. Mr. Kakazaki, I wonder where he is. Oh. It does not seem to be handled the transitions well. Let's see if Ichinose is here next. Ah, there we go. He was the next on the list because he's the only, according to the office lady, the only one in the first-year doctoral program. This is the space used by Ichinose, the first-year doctoral student. Nice to meet you. My name is Asumi Kamijo. Hello, I'm Ichinose. I'm the first year of the doctoral course here. Clearly uninterested in me, he replies to me brusquely. This man is supposed to be in the same year as my sister. Sorry to interrupt, but I have something to ask. I see. I tell him my story and explain that I'm here to find my sister. Ichinose seems to be listening carefully, nodding along as I speak. That is strange, isn't it? Mr. Ichinose, my sister said she was in the first year of the doctoral course here. You're in the same year. Do you know anything that might help me? Are you absolutely sure she said Mikazuka Lab? After he listened to me so carefully, I thought he would help. What a disappointment. Since Ichinose is a D1, he's in the same year as my sister. Were you the only student in your year in this lab from the very beginning? Yep, that's right. This whole time I've been here, there have been no other students in my year. When did you come to this lab? For a split second, Ichinose looks annoyed by my follow-up question. But I can't worry about that. I have to know. It's been exactly 2 years since I came here. Which means I came here in the middle of the first year of the master's course. And when you entered 2 years ago, you were the only student in your year, yes? What I'm really asking is was my sister in your year? Your sister? As I said before, she was not. But before I came here, there might have been another student in my year. Ichinose says something quite unexpected. Are you saying there might have been a student in your year before you came here? It's a possibility is all. I wasn't here, so I couldn't possibly know. But even if there had been a student here in my year before I arrived, wouldn't it be just as odd if that student were your sister? He's right. I've been in touch with my sister until very recently. Even if there was a student in this lab prior to him, that was 2 years ago. It couldn't be her. Anyway, if you still want to know about those days, speak to Mr. Shina or Mr. Kakazaki. Ichinose is a first-year student in the doctoral course. He's handsome, but seems somehow sad as well. Don't worry, I can fix him. This lab is a lot more insulated than most. Did you go to the Taito University campus? Technically, we're a part of Taito. In practice, though, we're totally separate. They have nothing to do with us. I refuse to go to the library to get hints about where to go next. Next, I want to talk to the other guy in his block. I kind of wanted to go straight to Kaori, but we're going to go to the next guy in this block. We could go back to Kakazaki's space. Okay, no, it's the same. Okay, I wondered if maybe he would show up again. Yumino, the first-year master's student, is here. He looks uneasy. I'm the first year of the master's program at this lab. First year? Does that make you the same age as me? Well, how old are you? I'm 22. Oh, okay. So, earlier I said 1920, then I said 2122, so we got there eventually. Yes. Then we're the same age. Why are you so nervous? I'm worried about my cat. My cat is near the incinerator, but I have an experiment today, so I can't take care of her. Sorry, Yumino, but Actually, I just wanted to ask you something. Okay. What is it? I tell Yumino how I came here to look for my sister. Yumino listens to me intently from the beginning of my story until the very end. Is that so? Well, I don't know anything. Especially me. I'm just a first year. I've only been at the lab for a few months. The students in the doctoral course might know something. This lab? I don't know. It's just a regular graduate school lab, isn't it? I'm only new here. I don't know much. Yumino's in the first year of the master's course. Judging from his appearance alone, he seems timid and fairly naive. He tells me he's worried about a stray cat which hangs out near the lab's incinerator. Well, that cat's gotta wait. We gotta talk to Funabashi and Kaori next. This is the space used by Funabashi, a second-year student in the master's program. What voice am I gonna give him? I already gave them a voice to Yumino. I'm running out of voices. Hello, my name is Funabashi. I'm in the second year of the master's course in this lab. Master's course? It's the most basic course for postgraduate students. In my year, there's another student whose name is, Kaori Hayashitane? Hayashitani? I don't know. I would like to ask you about my sister. Yes? How can I help you? I tell Funabashi all about my sister and how she's disappeared. I'm not sure what to say. I have no idea what the reason might be. Reason? What do you mean? Well, the reason your sister would say something like that. I don't know why she would lie to you about being a student at Mikazuka Lab. Sorry if that offends you. Anyway, I don't know any more about it. You want to know about the lab? I like it here. What a non-response. The glasses suit his character. What you don't realize is that the horror game is actually just a thin veil to hide that this is actually an Otome game, and that in searching for our sister, Asumi's slowly going to be building a reverse harem of all the haughty grad students in this lab. Kaori's the sole female friend. This is the space used by Kaori Hayashitani, a second-year student in the master's course. Kaori looks up from reading an essay and smiles kindly. I'm Kaori Hayashitani, a second-year master's student. I'm the only female student in this lab. Nice to meet you. When she smiles at me, I suddenly realize I know her. She looks familiar. I've met her somewhere. But where? Miss Kaori, this may sound like a strange question, but... Yes? Have we met before? No, I don't think so. Have we? No, I suppose not. I don't know why, but I can't help but feel like I've met you somewhere before. But I must be mistaken. After all, this is my first time here in this lab. Are you... alright? Oh, I'm fine. Just deja vu, I guess. She smiles weakly. I suppose to her, I sound pretty ridiculous. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? My sister told me she was a student at this lab, so that's why I'm here, but... I tell her about how I lost contact with my sister. Kaori looks the same age as my sister. I have a vague hope that they may be friends. Roommates? I see. That is a strange story. I'm sure you probably already know, but I'm the only female student in this lab. I'm afraid it's not possible that your student is a sister here. Not so many girls go to graduate school for engineering, even at this university. So, even if she were in another lab, I would have heard of her. But I'm afraid I've never heard of any girl called Kamijo. Really? I'll ask some of my friends if any of them have heard of your sister. Thank you so much. I know that'll be useless. My sister clearly said she goes to Mikazuka Lab. Nobody would make a mistake about the name of their lab. There's no use arguing about that any of that now. Hello, Rodo. Let's ask her about the lab. Maybe she'll actually give me something useful about what they do here. Everybody works hard here. We research until late at night. You do too? Yes, I often find myself here until very late at night. It all sounds very difficult. My sister said that too. She stayed up all night conducting experiments. What kind of research are you conducting? Oh, are you interested? Well, it's all a bit hard for me to understand. I was just wondering what it is that keeps you so engrossed. But even if you explained it to me anyway, I wouldn't understand it. Let's observe. Kaori's a student in the second year of the master's course. She looks pretty and composed. Can't tell her age. She looks a little older than me, but she could be quite a lot older. Okay, so the game not so subtly said, hey, stupid, go to the library, read a book, and you'll find out what you need to do. But what if instead of going to the library to receive hints about where I'm supposed to go, I instead went to look for the cat? There's a small kitten hiding near the back of the incinerator. Kitty! Aw, cute kitty. The kitten looks hungry. Somebody must be feeding it, but maybe they're not around. I wish I had something to give it. I look for something to give to the kitten. Oh, that's right. I bought some milk at the convenience store. Drink it myself? Oh no. Game, you need to let me quick save when this happens. You need to let me open up the menu so I can save the game. We'll give it to the kitty. I'm gonna need a plate. I look around for a plate. As I hoped, there's a plate near the tap. Sorry, I think my internet is dying. Oh no. Wait a bit, little kitty. I pour the milk I bought at the convenience store onto the plate. There you go. The kitten walks up and starts to drink the milk happily. Good, good. It's just a little thing, but it's made me happy. And then suddenly, the kitten turns into an eldritch deity and snaps her neck. Jump scare. Oh no. Can I go back to the incinerator? Oh, sitting by the side of the empty plate, the kitten looks satisfied. On a subsequent playthrough, I might decide to just drink the milk. I would have totally chose to drink the milk, but, now, I don't know if time is actually passing. I don't know if there's a limit on how much time we have. I don't know if this is like, World End Syndrome, where you can only go to one place at a time, and then it progresses. Like, you can only go to one location and investigate stuff there. Or if I just have, like, free time forever. Or if there are certain events that I can trigger that will cause me to advance time. But the game seems pretty adamant about making me go to the library. We've already talked to Hanematsu. We've already talked to all the students. We might as well go to the library. Huh? Did something just shine? Was the sunlight reflecting off of something? For a moment, I thought I saw something flash down the end of the hallway. After carefully searching around the garbage tin, I find what it was that was glinting in the sun. It was a large hunting knife. Oh. It looks like an old locket made of silver. Maybe somebody dropped it. The locket is old and has been dulled by time, but it still has an elegant patina of quality. I'm sure this was precious to someone. Did someone drop it? Open it. With the application of a little strength, the locket opens. Jump scare! Inside the locket, there's a picture of a young woman. Jump scare! That's a good meme face. This is also a pretty good face. I'm gonna move this back here, just so I can... This is me. Her hair looks a lot redder in that picture. When was my picture taken? I can't really tell. It looks like you're in a uniform, though. Yesterday, while I was here? Who took my picture? Also, lending more validation to my whole she is the sister and something weird has happened, and that's why Kakazaki was freaking out. Because she said, "This is me yesterday while I was here. Who took my picture?" They look nothing alike. The hair color's different. I guess the bangs are similar, but their hair is completely different. So this is leading more credence to my whole thought of maybe she is the sister. Dun dun dun. Because I assume there might be some supernatural stuff in this, but I assume there's also a lot of this is a big like psychological thing as well. Because that's how a lot of horror game stuff happens. If it's not like actual monsters or like demons or something like that, or like actual like supernatural stuff, it's all like mental. I closed the locket for now, but it was broken a little because I forced it open. I opened it because I was curious, but I feel a bit guilty now. Do 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 do. You can now show the item to the members of the lab. Who should I show this locket to? Let's show it to Hanematsu. Excuse me, I just found this locket. I think someone dropped it. Do you know whose it might be? Hanematsu stares intently. Or Kanematsu. Have I been saying his name wrong? Oh no. Almost too intently at the locket. After a while, I can see the manic fixation drain from within his eyes. Then he slowly opens his mouth. This is why I don't need the hype. Ooh, say the coast is clear. But This is Mr. Sheena's. Mr. Sheena's? Yes, the D3 student, Mr. Sheena. Mr. Sheena has been working in the lab all day today. I will go and tell him you are looking for him. You can give it to him in his room. Kanematsu hurries away. I think about what he said. This locket belongs to Mr. Sheena? Mr. Kanematsu told me to give the locket to Mr. Sheena. What did he mean? Once Mr. Kanematsu talks to Mr. Sheena will go to his room. Let's go talk to the secretary. Maiko Mizukoshi is the professor's secretary. This is her space. You want to know about this lab? Well, we're just a regular graduate school lab. I suppose we're unique in that this entire building is devoted to our activities. Most labs have to share facilities with other labs from the same department. I wonder if you could tell me, where is Professor Mikazuka? Professor Mikazuka's not here today. He's away at a meeting with some business leaders. He should be back within the next day or two. Assistant Professor Hibara is also away on business and won't be back for a while. She seems quite young, maybe 22 or 23, perhaps just a little older than me. She looks smart, very smart and confident, but also quite friendly and kind. Miss Maiko, I found this in the third floor hallway. Thank you for bringing this to me. I don't know whose it is, but I'll be sure to return it to its owner. She smiles brightly. Handing a found object to the secretary is the right thing to do, but I somehow feel uneasy. Oh, rip. I think it's about time to go home. Ah, so that must have been the event that... There must be a certain amount of stuff that happens, like things that trigger events. Let's go talk to Sheena. I kind of want to reload that save. Kanematsu's not here. I think it's time to go home. I think it's time. I assume that means that there's nothing else for me to investigate. That must be some sort of like, I found all the key stuff in this area. I kind of want to reload that save. So, also, I don't know if this has multiple endings, but I kind of want to play again with the horror mode turned off, because I kind of want to see what some other things would look like. I want to see what that lady at the face would look like. Nothing has been terribly scary so far, but I wonder what it's like. Let's go here. Oh. Returning December 22nd. She said no time soon. That's not that far. That's 3 days away. It's not that far at all. The computer room. There's several new computers and a large computer. Nobody's here right now. In the quiet room, the only sound to be heard is the whirring of the computer fans. Oh, those are all Macs? Login. It seems you need to log in to use the computer. I need a password issued by the administrator to use it. It says here that the administrator is D3 Sheena. Oh, I see. Don't turn around. A freshly severed head is looking at the screen you are looking at right now from behind you. Can't you see it? If you turn around, you'll be killed. The computer screensaver is on. Is this displaying a message? Is this a student's idea of a joke? Look around. Oh, well. Okay, well, this is just the same. Okay, whatever. Okay, so I assume that had I gotten the locket, I could have given it to Sheena and he maybe would have given me a login code. This is the second day I've come here looking for my sister. I'm actually going to... I'm going to save here. 2, I'm going to load. I'm actually going to load this save. I forgot about that. We'll go elsewhere. Go to the student space. We'll talk to Sheena. Skip all this. And I will create a save here. And for some reason, I feel like this locket may influence my fate later on. Who should I talk to? I feel like I should reload that save and do what I did the first time. Just to keep everything the same. We're just gonna go here just so I can reload that. Yeah, you know what? I am gonna reload that. I'm gonna choose the exact same thing. I don't want to change anything too much. Like, I don't want to choose branching things. I'm gonna open it. We did that last time. We saw the face. We said, hey, yo, this is me, even though it doesn't look like her. Let's go to the incinerator. Cute kitty. Let's give the milk to the kitten. I wonder if we can go straight here. Sheena isn't here. Okay. So this is straight up just that. Okay, let's go somewhere else. Let's go to Kanematsu, not Hanematsu. Let's show him this. Let's go back to the student space. I want to talk to the other characters first. So let's talk to Ichinose first. Nice to meet you. I found this in the corridor. You know who dropped it? I don't know, but you should ask Mr. Kanematsu. He's the technician at this lab. Okay. Okay, I assume they're all just gonna redirect me back to Kanematsu. Okay, well, okay, yeah, they're all. It seems like they're all gonna redirect me to Kanematsu to go talk to Shina. Let's talk to Kaori for fun. Oh, interesting. This is why we talk to other people. Miss Kaori, I'd like you to take a look at this. I picked this up near the back of the third floor hallway. I can't tell you what to do, but I have a feeling that this locket may keep you safe. I would think carefully about who you show it to. Kaori smiles meaningfully. I can't tell whether that smile is meant to be scornful or kind. This must be a precious thing for whoever owns it. It looks like you never know what you'll find in this lab. Hehehe. Okay, well. You know what, let's talk to Funabashi then. I found this in the corridor. Looks beautiful. I wonder who could have dropped it. This isn't yours? No, I'm afraid not. It's not really my thing. It's not Mr. Funabashi's, then whose locket is it? Let's check by Kakazaki's place again. I'm also like 99. I'm like, no, I'm gonna say it. He's dead. He's dead. D-E-D dead. He's the body. Let's talk to Shina. Hey, Shina! As I approach Shina, he stops typing and slowly turns around. Kanematsu must have talked to him. Pulling the locket out of my pocket, I make a move to show it to Mr. Shina. I've already opened the locket, and I know it's inside. I only hope the owner would not be too offended by my rudeness. But maybe I'm the person who should be offended. My picture was taken without permission. Mr. Shina, is this yours? I found it in the third floor hallway. Shina snatches the locket from my grasp. He looks a little flushed. It seems he was looking for the locket. So it is yours then. Did I ask about the picture inside of the locket? This might not be a good decision. I'm curious. Mr. Shina, I opened the locket and saw the picture inside. It's a picture of me, isn't it? I think you took my picture yesterday. Why would you do that? I don't think it's appropriate for you to take my picture without my permission. Shina looks like he wants to say something, but he keeps silent. He looks embarrassed, perhaps because I saw the picture. Shina looks a little angry. I feel like there's something of a gulf opening between us. It was a mistake to open up the locket and look inside. I knew the locket had to be precious to its owner. Return the silver locket. Interesting. Okay, fine. You know what? Last time, I promise. We're not gonna open it. We're gonna go to the incinerator. We're gonna give the milk to the kitty. We're gonna go to the authentication equipment. We're gonna show Kanematsu this. Then, we're gonna go to the computer room. We're gonna look around. Oops. We're gonna use the big computer. We're gonna use one of the new computers. We're gonna see this. We're gonna go elsewhere. We're gonna go to this. Can we go back to the library actually? Oh. No one is using the library. The librarian is sitting quietly in the back. Check the notice board. Professor Takahiro Mikazuka, Assistant Professor Kenji Haibara, Technician Susumu Kanematsu, Secretary Maiko Mizukoshi. Doctoral Program Students Nobuaki Shina, Fukutaru Kakizaki, Akira Ichinose. I wasn't too off when I called them Futaro. Master's Program, Kaori Hayashitani, Yasuhiko Funabashi, and Seiichi Yumino. That's interesting that Kaori's the only one referred to by her first name, but maybe it's the whole, like, they're both girls, you know? It's it's friendship between women. D stands for doctorate, students who are studying to earn a PhD. And M stands for masters. The number after D and M seem to indicate the year of the student, not dungeon master. My sister is in the first year of the doctoral program, so she would be in D1, but her name isn't on the list. That's strange. I wonder if it's just some sort of oversight. In this lab? Well, we have a lot of people who are hard to handle. Or both. Or both students and professors. What? There are a lot of weird people. It's as if they've been collected from somewhere else. And where do the people who are not usually at their desks go? Students are doing experiments in the laboratory or computer room. Please don't go into the lab. There's some trade secrets. Well, our students are all doing serious research. And what do other people do, other than students? Miss Mizukoshi, the secretary of the professor's office, is usually around there all the time. Mr. Kanematsu, the technical officer, is a strange person. He's always walking around the building. He always reads manga in some random place, and he's a very helpless person. She must have thought she was talking too much. The librarian looked a little awkward. Professor Mikazuka and Assistant Professor Haibara are often absent. Professor Mikazuka is also busy with external business matters, since he also has business relations with companies. Assistant Professor Haibara is currently on a business trip to another university. He should be back in a few days. Mr. China always sits and faces at the computer. Oh, by the way, Mr. Kanematsu said the locket belonged to Mr. Shina. Let's just return. Okay, well, let's go to the student space then. I want to talk to Kaori again. Show her this. And then go elsewhere. I just want to replicate everything I've done before. So we're going to talk to Ichinose. We're going to ask about the lab. We're going to watch him, and then we're going to go elsewhere. I just want to talk to them at least. I don't think they're... Takazaki still shouldn't be there. Nope. As I approach Sheena, yeah. Now that I'm about to give it back, I'm glad I didn't open it. Mr. Sheena, is this yours? I found it in the third floor hallway. Sheena snatches the locket from my grasp. He looks a little flushed. It seems he was looking for the locket. So it is yours then. I'm glad I was able to give it back. Well, I'd better be going. As I make to leave, a voice calls out to stop me. Thank you very much. So the locket was his. Until now, I feel like he'd been avoiding me. But now he's speaking with real emotion. You're welcome. I'm glad I could help. I wait for him to say something else, but it doesn't seem like he's going to, so I leave. As I go to leave, he fixes me with an odd stare. He's staring at me, almost as if he's trying to tell me something. Silently, I wait for his words. In this oddly tense situation, I feel that I shouldn't speak before him. But why is he staring at me like that? Oops. Finally, in an almost inaudible whisper, he speaks. You should go to the library. Do. Saying nothing, I turn and leave, but his words and the expression on his face are burned in my mind. Oh, that might. Oh, did that not get picked up by OBS? Oops. You should go to the library. It's a kind of an odd thing to say. I was just returning the locket. Well, his words were odd. There was a look of urgency on his face, and a look of caring. I thought he was a cold man, but I may have been wrong. He may actually be quite kind. Well, let's go to the library. Or did he say library? Did he say computer room? I need to look at the log. No, he said library. Okay. Well, just for fun, I'm gonna... Okay, whatever. Okay. He said library. I thought I was so fixated on my computer room. You should go to the library. That's what Sheena said. There's something glinting at the corner of a bookshelf. I've seen it before. What? How can this be? I open the locket and look inside. There's a small piece of paper folded neatly inside. If you are a doll, you can enter. What? What does that mean? I feel like Sheena is somehow trying to send me a message. If you're a doll, you can enter. Memorizing the words, I then crumple the paper into a ball. Interesting. Weird. As soon as he receives the locket, he leaves his seat and heads off somewhere. Okay, so he's gone. Kakazaki's still not here. How's your research going? It's not going all that well, to be honest. Should I go talk to Kanematsu again? Kanematsu's not here, huh? Well, let's check out the office. Yep, he's still not here. Look around. Let's go to the hallway. Oh. My name is Kamijo. I'm here about my sister who's a student here. My sister's apartment is just where she said it would be. I don't think my sister's lying. Are you trying to suggest that I'm lying to you? You really need to be careful what accusations you make. The officer manager refused to listen to me. Okay, well, whatever. The only person we have left to talk to is the sussy assistant. Let's go at the lab. Ah. Asami. Oh. This is new. I'm gonna go with doll. I managed to log in. I don't know if I was supposed to log in with Sheena's, but I thought Asami was there. So I was like, maybe. If you're a doll, you can enter. Mr. Sheena was trying to tell me that I should use my name to log in and use doll as the password. I don't know if that's what that was, but okay. So Mr. Sheena must have set up a computer account for me. One new mail for Asami. Huh? I have an email? An email addressed to me? Oops. The email sender is Sheena. The timestamp shows it was sent right after I returned the locket. He could have spoken to me directly, but instead he chose to send me an email. So, Mr. Sheena wanted to tell me something. Something he does not want to be heard by others. There are staff and students coming in and out all the time. We could be overheard. He is trying to help me. But this means that there's someone nearby who would not want him to help me. That's why Sheena has used this method to communicate. Glancing around me nervously at the empty room, I opened the email. Nobuaki Sheena. Forget about your sister. She doesn't exist. Don't ask the people in the lab. This lab is very special. You and your sister have been caught up in its secrets. If you go home through the main entrance stay, you'll be killed. Use the emergency exit on the 3rd floor. Run, and don't look back. And don't come here again. I wonder if I could have just spent the entire time in the police box. That would have been funny. This is impossible. But the information in this email needs to be preserved somehow. I should copy it to a disk. Then I could show someone. No, Asami. I know how Outlast Whistleblower DLC ends. You don't want this. Oh, got data recorded CDR. Okay, she just had a CD with her already. Okay, cool. I'll be killed? Why? Why would he write such a thing? Mr. Sheena made an account for me on the computer. He warned me my email. Why would he do that? What spooked him so much? I'm scared. This is no game. I feel a horrible sense of fate. Like I've lost control of what happens around me. Like there's somebody staring at me through a screen, controlling every action I make. Mr. Sister's disappearance, the suicide, now the email. Too many strange things. I should go back to the apartment for today. Just as Mr. Sheena suggested, I leave via the emergency exit. Actually, hold on. Save. If it gives me an option, I'm totally gonna leave through the 1st floor. That's why I saved. Oh, no, I don't have a choice. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if that would have even triggered had I not gotten all this stuff. I wonder. I wonder if we load the other save that I saved as I was leaving. I wonder if I'll die there. I wonder. Quietly and quickly, I clamber down the emergency stairway. But as I reach the final step, my foot accidentally kicks a small pebble lying there. It makes an unexpectedly loud clanging sound. The back of the door of the lab opens and I can tell someone is coming. Suddenly, a cat meows. The person stops and seems to have decided that the cat made the sound. The cat turns around and re-enters the lab, closing the door. What? Oh, the person. Oops. I thought that said the cat and I got very confused. Relieved, I make my way quietly toward the exit to the streets. Leaving the premises by a secondary exit, I run around and head for the main street. Ah! Suddenly, a kid jumps out in front of me. Dodging her, I almost fall over. My movement causes the content of my bag to fall out all over the pavement. You dropped this. Here you go. Thank you. Sorry, I'm in a rush. Why are you two in such a hurry? What? Sorry, I have to go. For a moment, I felt like the little girl said something strange, but I don't have time to stop. I walk quickly along the deserted street. I wouldn't be walking quickly, I'd be sprinting. Until I get out into like the main road, like with other people, I would be booking it. I would be legging it. Yeah, like until I got to here out in public with all these people out in the middle of God and everybody, I'd be legging it away from there. Be like, they're not gonna murder me in broad daylight. Surely not. I can see the main street ahead. It's a relief to see such crowds of people walking along it. I want to go back to my sister's apartment as soon as I can. Not if I have any choice about it. Bruh, what happened to going to... What if we just went back to the lab? Oh, she just says no. Okay. I thought about going to the police box. I kind of want to go back and, like, go to the police box or just stay at the station the whole day. I wonder if you could do that. Or if you eventually are forced to go to the lab. It's interesting. I don't know how time works in this game. This also, I feel like, is a terrible idea. Just go to the police box. Pretend that you're just like, what's the word I'm thinking of? What's the word? Oh, there it is. Just pretend that you're like some high-strung, like, college student or something, that you're like super paranoid. December 19th, evening. So much happened today. I feel so tired. In the morning, someone committed suicide on the subway. And at Mikazuka Lab, I found a locket. It must be precious to him. I'm glad I was able to return it to its owner. I recall how I found a locket in the library as well. I have to return it again. Huh? The locket is open and I can see inside. I can see a photo inside. I recognize the face. This photo. This photo is of me. How did he get this? This should feel unpleasant, but for some reason, it doesn't make me feel bad at all. Why does Mr. Sheena have my picture? Did he take a picture while we were talking? I don't think so. But when? Also, this is the other thing, the whole, like, it's her, she is the sister. The kid with the two things, but also this looks just like the CG of her sister. Like when she was, daydreaming, or like night dreaming. I can't seem to make any sense of Mr. Sheena's actions. He left a piece of paper inside the locket in the library. It was like a riddle that led to an account that he had made for me. And he warned me with an email. Why? Why did he choose to tell me this way? Oh, this way to tell me? The answer is almost obvious, but it scares me to think about it. There's someone in the lab that he doesn't want to know that he's helping me. That means that he sent that email even though he knew it would put him in danger. I should go and see Mr. Sheena again tomorrow. Too many strange things are happening. Nah, girl, he said don't ever come back. You gotta listen. He said don't ever come back. He said somebody out here trying to kill you, leave through the back door, don't ever come back. I should get some sleep. Why? Why do I feel that my sister's here? We used to fight as children. We fought over the TV. I wanted to watch cartoons, and you wanted to watch some difficult science program. In the end, I'd always burst into tears, and you'd always let me watch what I wanted. My father was busy, so it was always just us in the house. Always just the two of us. We used to go to the festival every summer. Always together. You smiling beside me, wearing the same yukata. But one year we stopped going. Instead, a boy came to pick you up. I knew you liked that boy. I used to stand by the door, watching you. You and I always had the most fun on special occasions. That's different this time. This loop is different. This memory always makes me laugh. On Christmas Eve, because Father wasn't home, you tried to be Santa Claus. You put a gift beside my pillow after I fell asleep. But as you were creeping away, you stepped on my body. It was so funny. I remember afterwards you said you thought I still believed in Santa, so you had to do it. Even I knew Santa wasn't real. The teddy bear you gave me that day, I've been taking good care of it. Sis. Sis. The darkness of the night is scary. It makes me more aware of just how lonely I am. Lonely. I'm so lonely. For some reason, I never realized that before. I can't sleep like this. I know I'll have a nightmare. I've created a nightmare, a beast inside my brain, nowhere to go. I'm all on my own, oh, I'm so scared. I want the morning to come. I can't wait to see the sunlight. Awake me from this nightmare. Mr. Sheena, are you looking at me? Are you thinking about me? Why don't you say something? What? You don't know? Please, talk to me. I can't understand if you don't tell me. Please, tell me. I can't understand if you don't tell me. Are you always here to shut up here? Are you always shut up here in the lab? Yes, I am. Isn't it hard? Yes, but this is what I chose to do. Is that right? Your research is that interesting? Yes, it is. That night I dream about Mr. Sheena. The conversation with him is all in my mind. After all, he won't tell me anything at all. But I feel certain that he knows my sister. I'm sure of it. Why did you help me? Secretly, you helped me. You made sure no one found out. But if someone does find out, then what will happen to you? You know my sister, don't you? Yes, I know her. I have to tell you the truth. Your sister, she... Jump scare! Jump scare! December 20th. What Sheena entrusted to Asami. Asumi! Yasumi? December 20th. Early morning, I dress quickly and head for Mikazuka Lab. I have a feeling something important will happen today, like my impending death. As I approach the main street, I suddenly recall the incident at the station yesterday. I feel queasy. Mr. Sheena was in my dream. I'm worried about him. I have to go to the lab to see if he's okay. What if I go to the police box instead? Hey, so that case from yesterday been dropped already? Yup. Officially, the case remains open, but the brass has already decided the body won't be identified. That sounds a little quick. I mean, I know the body's barely recognizable, but still. Something about this makes me queasy. I need to get to the lab as soon as I can. Okay, so it looks like I probably could have gone to the police box and the other stuff yesterday. I just want to go home. But I can't go back now, without having learned this thing about what happened to my sister. I'll try one more day. If I can't find anything then, I'll head back home. So I probably could have gone... I kind of want to redo that now, because I probably could have gone to the hall and the police box yesterday before I went to the lab. I just didn't know if it was gonna decide that that was what I did for the day. Okay. We'll continue with this now. I'm not gonna backtrack that much. I've already backtracked a major decision once, so... Above the building flies a black flock of crows. The loud cawing of the crows as they circle overhead the lab gives an eerie, creepy quality. Let's go back to her again. Excuse me. You again. You've been here every day for the past 3 days. Isn't it enough already? Search the incinerator or look for someone. Go elsewhere. Let's search. I decide to search the incinerator. Inside this incinerator, it's dark. Deeper than I expected. Can't even see the bottom. Suddenly, I'm pushed from behind and shoved in the incinerator. Da-dung! Ah! Ah! For a second, I feel I catch a glimpse of the woman from my dream, but it must have just been my imagination. Still, this place is creepy. I'm feeling scared. I have to leave. Look for someone. A small kitten is there. I sensed someone was here, but no one is here now. Oh. Well, was it Kanematsu reading his manga? Kanematsu! This lab. This lab is like my home. So nothing new about him. I'm torn between going to the computer room or the student space. Yep, this is still the same. Oops, I keep forgetting this isn't the right. Oh. I'm doing this just to see if... Oh. It's the same. Dun dun dun! Is this? Oh no, I could use it yesterday. What the heck is going on? Okay. Okay, that was totally worth it. Because I wanted to see if I could still log in. Let's go to Kakazaki's place. Yup, he's not here. Let's talk to Kaori next. How's your research going? Not going all that well, to be honest. Okay, these all look the same as yesterday. Sheena's working at his computer as usual. That's a relief. It's not a relief. Why is he a silhouette? This can't be good. This can't be good. I'm glad to see that Mr. Sheena's okay. Mr. Sheena, jump scare! Sheena slowly turns and looks in my direction. I'm busy right now. Come back later. Something strange. Clearly Sheena's alright, but something feels wrong about his behavior. Mr. Sheena, can we talk a little? Again, Sheena slowly turns and looks in my direction. I'm busy right now. Come back later. Something strange. Keep talking. Sheena slowly turns and looks in my direction. I'm busy right now. Come back later. Sheena moves in exactly the same way as before, then returns to his position. How strange. His movements are odd. They're not natural. Sheena acted and answered exactly the same as before. Everything's being repeated. Mr. Sheena, what's wrong? Sheena's repeating the same answer like a machine. What is happening? I move closer to Sheena and reach out and touch him on the shoulder. Jump scare! Oh! You can't handle my strongest potions. Potions seller. I'm in need of your strongest potions. Yup! My hand goes through his body. Oh, what is this? My hand went through Mr. Sheena's body? Sheena slowly turns with my hand still penetrating his body. I'm busy right now. Come back later. Summoned by my scream, several other students gather. This is what Mr. Sheena's working on. 3D holography. Holography? Just as Ichinose finishes explaining, there's the sound of something falling fast. A huge object fell in the dark backyard, visible from the window. Why is it dark? It's daytime, isn't it? Why is it dark? She came in the morning. With a strange sound of crushing, blood splattered all over the area. This time, the fallen object is the indisputably corporeal Sheena. Mr. Sheena! Oh, did you hear in the background? It sounds like a game over, like Tetris game over. Ah! No, Sheena! Sheena jumped from the roof and landed headfirst on the ground. It's clear to everyone that he's dead. Why? He jumped from the roof? I can't believe it. The other students gather. We have to call the police. Please let it be the same officer from the subway. The police will be here soon. No one touches body until the police come. Maiko looks extremely pale. Still, as a lab employee, she seems to be trying her best to keep a cool head. I'm busy right now. Come back later. For a moment, everyone is stunned, as it sounds like Sheena is speaking to us. But his voice is coming from the computer on his desk. That was a shock. This hologram, it's very well made. Mr. Sheena, he'd made some real progress. I'm busy right now. Come back later. This is programmed to react to sound. I think Mr. Sheena was trying to make it look like he was here. I'm busy right now. Come back later. Yumino standing next to me shudders involuntarily. Let's turn off the program. With the hologram gone, Sheena's dead body somehow comes into clearer focus. 3D holography? And on top of that, it looks like he rigged a sensor to react when someone talked. Funabashi looks calm. Doesn't he feel shocked about Sheena's death? Other than Funabashi, Kaori Hayashitani, M2, also looks composed. Ichinose, D1, is doing his best to hide his panic, and is trying to appear as calm as he can. Yumino, M1, and Maiko look extremely upset. The lab technician, Kanematsu, does not show up. And Kakazaki, D2, 1 year behind Sheena, must have known him for the longest of anyone. But Kakazaki doesn't seem to be at the lab today. Is that significant somehow? Yeah, because he's dead. You saw his corpse. What are you doing, Asami? The two men that you've interacted with, aside from that mysterious unnamed university student, have both wound up dead. She's an unintentional femme fatale. She doesn't mean to kill them, but she certainly leads them to their death. With everyone still on edge, we all adjourn to the administration office. The sudden death of a close friend and colleague seems to have rattled everyone. Why? Why would he kill himself? I don't know. Maybe he had reached a dead end with his research, or Don't you think there was something odd about Mr. Sheena in the past few days? Since when? Since just in the last few days. Yumino quickly glances at me. What Yumino means to say is that Sheena began to act oddly 2 days ago on December 18th. In other words, the change happened the day I arrived. Are we totally sure that Sheena's death was a suicide? What? What are you saying? If this isn't suicide, then what? Nothing. I didn't mean anything by it. Are we sure that he jumped from the roof? Isn't that obvious? And why did he leave a hologram like that? I'm sure he created the program as part of his research, but why would he set it up like that before committing suicide? Did anybody call Mr. Sheena's family? He didn't have one. Huh? I don't understand what Ichinose means, but everyone else seems to know. He had neither parents nor siblings. Of course, he wasn't married. Even if we wanted to, there's no one we can call. He's not the only one like that in this lab. Everybody looks at Kaori in an accusatory way. It seems like what she said was somehow taboo. What did she mean? Does everyone in this lab have no family? He's dead, and yet there's no one we can even contact? Very strange. With the arrival of the police, everyone disperses. By the way, who are you really? You say you're looking for your sister and you're here sniffing around every day. But what are you really after? Indeed, Miss Kamijo, I have indulged your stubborn fantasy so far, but we cannot continue to allow you to search for someone who quite simply isn't here. That's unfair. Do you have to be so cruel? My sister was here, I'm leaving. I know what I want to choose, but I'm going to choose this. My sister was here. What did you do to my sister? Everyone turns and looks at me, stunned by my words. You mean you think we know your sister, and that for some reason we're hiding her from you? Unable to take the stairs, I decide to leave the room. Here's the real thing. Why didn't she just show them the CD-ROM? Why? Why did this happen? I still can't find my sister. The one person who helped me winds up dead. My sister's disappearance and Sheena's death, are they entirely unrelated? In my pocket, there's the CDR with the text from the email that Sheena sent me. He was trying to tell me something, but I can't ask him anymore. Who can help me now? Mr. Sheena's email. If someone else would understand. Kanematsu. Boom. Oh. So we can just leave, huh? The lady. Oh. I catch a glimpse of Yumino, the master's course student. It looks like he's here. What does he think about the incident involving Sheena? We move to a secluded spot so that we're not overheard by anyone else. It looks like someone gave this kitten some milk yesterday. Oh, maybe it's you? Yes, it is. Thank you very much. It helped me a lot. No problem. I'm usually very busy with experiments and so on, but I try to come here and feed her as much as possible, especially since she's a kitten and can't fetch her own food. Saying this, he gently patted the kitten's head. The kitten was licking the milk from the plate with full concentration. Yumino looks more frightened than usual. Considering that someone he knows just died, it's hardly a surprising reaction. Noticing that I'm the one talking to him, he seems a little relieved. I'd like to ask you... Oops. I'm gonna save here. Yumino looks annoyed. Does he think I'm the reason for Sheena's death? Mr. Sheena sent me an email before he died. I don't want to talk to about Mr. Sheena. First of all, Mr. Sheena would never send you an email. Yumino seems uninterested in what I have to say. It seems he doesn't trust me at all. I don't know. Should I take things at face value? Should I just take things at face value with what the game is saying and just follow what the game is saying? We didn't even know who the person was who looked when we knocked the pebble. We don't know anything. I feel like maybe if I had left earlier, maybe something would have happened. I don't know if I would have just like died though and like didn't learn anything. I feel like I really should have investigated more that first day or that second day, the train station and everything. And even going further beyond that, there's the whole like not even like interacting with Kakazaki. What I'm debating is, do I take the game at its word? And I could show him the CDR to prove what I'm saying. Not that that means anything. And I can see two ways. Either he believes me and we get somewhere whether that's him betraying me or him helping me, or he just says, I think that's fake. What I'm thinking about is whether or not I should go to Kanematsu and only talk to him. I am most certainly not going to talk to the assistant, the secretary. But I'm wondering if I should show the CD. I've already saved, so it really doesn't matter. If I should save... Or not save, if I should show the CDR to Kanematsu. Let's go here and bug her again. Okay. Let's show the CDR to her. Oh, well. Okay, she didn't have anything to say. Now, the other thing I could try doing, which I don't know if the game is going to let me, is what if I try putting the CDR back into the computer? But before we do that, since I feel like this is a good place to do this right now, I have no water. And I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna go get like a granola bar and go get some water. And give a chance, just short break for my voice to rest a little bit. So I will be right back. It's probably been a couple minutes. Ooh, it looks like it has. I'm gonna eat the thing now. On the break. Just so, because like eating when a thing where I have to read text, not an amazing, ideal situation. So I might as well do it. Well, I'm gonna be right back, right? Well, I think that's enough of a break. I did also get some goldfish that I'm not going to be eating now, just in case I get hungry later. I'm also no closer to, as I look over here, I'm no closer to my making a decision of what I'm going to do with this CD-ROM. Mr. Sheena. Mr. Sheena. So sad. Excuse me. He was a kind man at heart. Like the mouse? He should have done what I've done. Everyone. Everyone. Just die. He said come to me if anything happens, so should we show him the CDR? Let's do it for fun. Mr. Sheena made a great sacrifice. Don't let that go to waste. I am a coward. I can tell you nothing more. Mr. Kanematsu, what was he trying to tell me? Mr. Sheena's sacrifice? So basically, the same thing as last time, be careful. Can I just leave? I wonder. Let's go back here first. I have a morbid curiosity. I assume this is gonna be the same before. Yeah. And this is the same thing. Okay. Should we just leave? I wonder, can we just leave? Sheena's death has made me certain this lab is hiding some sort of horrible secret. I want to leave this lab as quickly as possible. Am I gonna die? I should go back to the apartment. I'm really curious about what's gonna happen. Jump scare. I don't like how dark it is. It's supposed to be like the middle of the day. And this is already my third day here in Tokyo. I feel like nothing good has happened. As I enter a narrow alleyway, I sense a presence behind me. Is somebody there? What if I just don't look at the screen? What if I just don't look at the screen? Please come out. You're from the lab, right? I'm just not looking. Who is it? What's the sound? A phone? All of a sudden, a bomb. Looking down at the knife, driven deep into my flesh, a thought runs through my mind. Mr. Sheena, I'm sorry. You warned me. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Sis, I hope you're safe, sis. Game over. Asumi Kamijo was killed before she found out the truth of her sister's disappearance. Where you went wrong. Before leaving, you should have visited Yumio. Oh. Oh, this is very forgiving, actually. And so we know all the way. Okay, so we already know that. Do this. I'm gonna ask him about Sheena. And then I'm gonna show him the CDR. I decide to show Yumino the CDR. Yumino, would you take a look at the data on this disk? I lower my voice. The data is the text of an email that Mr. Sheena sent me just before he died. What? I hand him the disk and await his response. Yumino seems to be profoundly affected by the existence of this disk. Later, this evening, meet me back here. I'll read this by then. It's not a good idea to be seen by anyone from the lab. With a determined look on his face, he turns and scurries away. This evening, back here. Gave CDR to Yumino. Just after he left, I looked up and saw someone on the roof. Weird. Oh, rooftop is now open. Well, let's go be nosy. Mr. Sheena tried to help me. I felt I had a responsibility to find out what had happened to him. The stairs up to the roof were at the end of the hallway. The stairs, which hardly anyone seemed to use, were covered in dust. If I look closely, I see a couple of footprints. One must be Mr. Sheena's. Who were the others? Climbing the stairs, I found a door. Opening the heavy iron door, I came to the rooftop of a narrow, bleak building. I found an electrical substation and some other equipment. Nobody is here. Why was he here? Why did he come to this place, Mr. Sheena? Why did he? I think that's supposed to be why did you? Was he invited by someone? Looking at the dark and cloudy sky, I approached the edge of the rooftop in a daze. Unexpectedly, the railing is low in some places, and I am startled. This is how he jumped? If someone pushed him, he'd fall down. At that moment, I felt the presence of someone. But there was no sign of the door to the rooftop opening after I entered. What if it's like the Wall Rider? What if her sister's like the Wall Rider in Outlast? That'd be kind of cool. Is someone there? The shadow of the substation is a blind spot. If someone was there, they must have noticed that I came and they hid. Or maybe someone is coming on the other side of the door I entered. Open the door I came through. Check the shadows of the electrical substation. Dun dun dun! Opening doors has gone very well for us. I can't see. I can't see. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I can't see. I boldly and quickly ran over and opened the door to the roof. There was no one was there, but I could see that someone was downstairs as I looked down. It seemed surprising to that person, who was peeking at me from downstairs, that I had come out so quickly. For some reason, Kaori came up the stairs as if in a panic. Kaori, what's wrong? I heard a sound from the rooftop when no one was supposed to be there, so I thought something had happened. You're an outsider. What are you doing here? I'm sorry. I was trying to find out why Mr. Sheena jumped off. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that someone who had always been so kind to me jumped off. This has nothing to do with you. Well, you should be careful as well. Now go back home. Okay. I may be being watched by her. Feeling the strange pressure of the place, I decided to leave the rooftop. I was curious about the substation equipment, but I didn't dare check it out and went down the stairs. At least I know that if I die, it'll like tell me why. Like if I do something that, like if I do something that gives me a dead end, like it tells me. That's nice. That's very considerate of the game. As I came down from the roof, I saw someone go into the computer room. What if I just didn't go? You know what? At the risk of getting another game over, I'm just gonna leave. Oh, I can't leave yet. Okay, the game just won't let me. Okay, I was gonna say, what if I just left? The computer room? The computer room was empty. That's strange. I thought I saw someone enter just now. I logged into the account Mr. Sheena had created for me as I did yesterday and attempted to read his email. My email account has been deleted. Who the heck did... He sent me a message. If someone in the lab had discovered it, they would know he had taken my side. If so, who discovered it? At that moment, I felt the presence of someone behind me. I knew someone was hiding and watching me. Every step you make, I'll be watching you. What song is that? The Police, that's what I thought. Good old Police. Hey, what were you doing? An outsider is not allowed to use the device. What do you think you're doing? Mr. Ichinose, I was going to say something about the email from Mr. Sheena, but I decided not to. There's a trace that Mr. Sheena created a new account, and it's been deleted just now. What does this mean? Did you delete it? No. I didn't. When I tried to read the message, it was already deleted. You tried to read the message, huh? You were talking with him, weren't you? Well, who are you? He and you talked, and then he jumped off the roof. Wasn't it because of the conversation with you? What brings you to the lab? I'm lost for a reply and keep silent. Suddenly, I hear the door open. Mr. Ichinose, was it? Your voice is echoing all the way to the hallway. Funabashi? As expected, you don't have much to say to an outsider who just arrived. Or is there something you know? Don't be ridiculous. No wonder the outsiders are suspicious. Is that all you really know? It seems to me that you're the one who's investigating something. I'm now the manager of the server instead of Mr. Shina. If you want to investigate, please ask me. Damn. Ichinose must have sensed the nuance that his skills were inferior to Funabashi's. He seemed to have a high pride and made a displeased face. Funabashi may have said that intentionally to break the ice. Bad things may have happened since you came, but I'm not so simple as to make a short-circuit connection. But you are the one who's suspicious. There really is an older sister, as you say. It's strange that I don't know about her. You already know that. I'll find out who you really are. He left after saying those words. I'm not taking anyone's side. I'm just here to fix the server. He stopped talking. I thought it might be better not to disturb his concentration, so I left the computer room too. The afternoon sun is shining in the west through the hallway window. It seems that it's almost time for my appointment with Yumino. I wonder if he's the one who deleted the stuff. Right? Like, I wonder if that was him. As evening falls, Yumino appears. We go around the back of the incinerator to talk secretly. Nobuaki Shina. Forget about your sister. She does not exist. Don't ask the people in the lab. This lab is very special. You and your sister have been caught up in its secrets. It's a little unclear. Does forget about your sister mean your sister is in the lab? No, it could be taken almost any way at all. She does not exist. Does that mean she never existed? Or that she doesn't exist here? He said your sister doesn't exist. On the other hand, don't ask people in the lab. Seems almost as if Mr. Shina knew something about your sister. Don't you know the meaning of the phrase, "This lab is a very special lab"? I pointed out a sentence that Yumino had missed reading. He told me that he was an M1 student who had just enrolled this year, so he knew nothing about it. But I don't think he means he doesn't know anything. In reality, he did not mention the part about the peculiarities of the laboratory in Shina's email just now. Oh, Asumi, you are... Oops. His eyes closed at me have changed... Oh, his eyes looking at me have changed drastically. He's looking at me with eyes close to fear. What? What's wrong? Did he think I came here to steal the results of their research or something? Fortunately, he didn't try to investigate any further. I don't have any doubts about you either, but there are too many things I don't understand. I think it's best to wait and see. If you have any more problems, please let me know. Saying this, Yumino left the place as quickly as he could. It seemed that I had made him suspicious. I think it's time to go home. Interesting. Let's just leave the building. watching this death. I want to leave as quickly as possible. I want to see what happens. I wonder if this is going to game over me. This is already my third day here in Tokyo. I feel like nothing good has happened. I assume this is the same. Yep. I was going to say. Okay, well that's nice to know that this seems to be fairly linear. That's nice to know. I was hoping maybe for branching paths, but knowing how linear this is actually very nice as well because... Oh, hydrate. Thank you, Tacky. I was... Also, I'm still shocked at how yellow it looks in OBS. But when I look at the stream, it doesn't look yellow at all. Been a while? It has, hasn't it? Hello, Tacky. I don't know. In OBS, I'm looking at the feed. Is it just the monitor? It could just be the monitor. Everything just looks really yellow in OBS. I don't really have a good way to compare it though. I'm just going off the fact that in OBS the game looks a bit yellowy, but on the 3 other things I'm looking at, it doesn't look that way at all. So I don't know. I also know that one of the screens I'm looking at, I know for a fact, displays colors improperly. So there's that too. Quick recap as to what's happened so far. The game has quick save and quick load and save and load. However, you can't quick save or quick load whenever you need to make a decision or whenever you need to choose where you want to go. You can only quick save during a conversation, which is kind of weird. This is our main character, Asumi Kamijo. She is 22 years old, and she recently decided to take a train to Tokyo to look for her missing sister, first name we don't know, Kamijo, who says that she was a student, a first-year doctorate student at the Mikazuka lab, Zuko lab at Taito University. But recently, she has been completely incommunicado with our lovely female lead. Upon arriving in Tokyo, she saw a shadow that she thought might have been her sister, but I instead chose to not chase after the shadow and instead call her apartment. We called her apartment, left an 8th voicemail, and got no response. We then went to Taito University, and we quickly got lost. I tried to talk to a male student with disheveled hair, and I was like, excuse me, could I bother you for a bit? And he was like, no, I don't want whatever you're selling. And then he ran away from me. And Asumi was like, wow, that was rude. And then I decided to go talk to the girl with the dyed hair. And she was like, OMG, Mikazuka Lab is like hella hard to get into. Your sister must be some kind of genius. It's right over there. And then Asumi was like, no, she's pretty normal. And then the girl was like, if you keep thinking about your sister, you're hella gonna die. Anyway, I'm glad I could help you. See you around. And Asumi was like, that was weird. Then we went to the university. She wasn't on the registry list. The office lady had no idea who she was. And we met an assistant, a secretary. The secretary then was like, hey, I know a coffee shop. You want to go talk about this over coffee? And we said, yeah, that sounds poggers, secretary lady. And then she was like, your sister must have been wrong, or you must have been wrong about something, because there's literally nobody here with that name. And then we went home. Then, oh, I also forgot that while we were leaving the lab, we found a dude who looked at us, said, it's you, how are you here? Then screamed in terror and ran away from us. That night, we were trying to sleep, and we couldn't sleep. We just couldn't fall asleep. And then we heard... And I chose, you know what? Let's bust open this door! Some Somebody starts ringing your doorbell at 2 a.m. in the morning, you gotta open the door. You gotta just open the door. And it was the dude. And he was like, here, talk to Sheena. Here's the room code. He can help you. And then we were like, what? And he's like, I have to go now. And then he ran away. The next day, we found that he had been hit by a train in the subway, and it was ruled a suicide. Then we went back and we talked to Mr. Sheena, and we found his locket, and we gave it back to him. And he told us to go to the library, and he sent us an email with a burner account. And he said, forget about your sister. She does not exist. This lab is a mysterious place. And then was like, don't ask anybody here in the lab. You can't trust anyone. And we were like, that's weird. Then we found out that the locket had a picture of us in it, except the picture didn't look anything like Asami and looked really like her sister. But she was like, this is a picture of me, which leads further credence to my theory at the beginning that she is the sister. And then I made some mistakes and I got stabbed by the secretary, a la Yandere Simulator. And now we are investigating with Yumino after we came back the next day to ask Sheena for more information, and we found out that he put a hologram at his desk and then jumped off the roof of the building and killed himself. So we're now currently investigating what went on. We go around the back of the incinerator to talk secretly. Nobuaki Sheena, forget about your sister. She does not exist. Don't ask the people in the lab. This lab is very special. You and your sister have been caught up in its secrets. It's a little unclear. Oops. Also, the game sometimes double skips dialogue. Does forget about your sister mean your sister is in the lab? No, it could be taken almost any way at all. She does not exist. Does it mean she never existed? Or that she doesn't exist here? He said your sister doesn't exist. On the other hand, don't ask people in the lab. It seems almost as if Mr. Sheena knew something about your sister. If your sister was registered here in this lab, then there has to be some sort of proof, some documentation. But you already asked at the admin office, right? Of course. Everyone told me they'd never heard of such a person. Now we're in the past. This may be hard for you to hear, but after reading Mr. Sheena's email, I'm convinced they're lying. But you knew that I wasn't lying, right? Yes. You're still new here. I have a feeling that those here longer are hiding some sort of a secret. Make sure. I want to sneak into the lab tonight. Don't mind me, I'm just lurking. That's fine, Tacti. It's a very narrative-driven game, so there probably won't be too much. Any reactions would be solely on your end unless you chose to type about them. I'll pretend to go home and wait on the premises. At night, after everyone is gone, I'll search the admin office and the professor's office. To get into the lab at night, I'll need a student ID, right? The admin office and the professor's rooms are locked. And today especially. After today's incident, some people will probably still be around until late. Right. In practical terms, it looks like it won't be possible to sneak in at night. I'm going to help you. If someone is in the admin office, I'll call them away on some emergency errand. Then, once it's empty, you can search the admin office. I think I can give you about an hour. I'll do what I can. Thank you. Is 1 hour enough? If it's not, I have the power of save scumming. Quietly hiding under the eaves of the building, Yumino and I wait for the sun to set. That email from Mr. Sheena. It said this lab is special. Don't you think that was a bit of an odd thing to write about? I thought it was strange, but I thought I shouldn't ask you about it since you're a student here in the lab. This lab? Yumino's words are faint. It may look like an ordinary lab attached to the grad school, but actually, the research carried out here has some ethical concerns. Of course, the students are aware of this before they participate. This is why there are no exams to get into this lab. Students are only accepted by recommendation. As you may have also noticed, many of the people here have no family or close relatives. That's to ensure that no one leaks information to outsiders. Your research has ethical problems? What kind of research do you mean? All sorts of research. Everyone is different. I don't know a lot about what the others are doing, but I do believe that some research needs to be done, ethics notwithstanding. Even if, ethically speaking, it's questionable. If it can help the future of humanity, then we must do it. I was identified as talented from my days in the orphanage and educated accordingly. Last year, I was assigned to Mikozuka Lab officially as a graduate student. At first, I thought you were some sort of agent investigating the lab. I thought you were lying about your sister, and your real goal was to expose this lab. But now I know I was wrong. You trust me? Yeah. I don't know why, I feel I can trust you. The disc, with the email. Since you came here, something changed in Mr. Sheena. He had the longest tenure of any student in the lab. I think he knew your sister. That's why I decided to help you find out the truth behind your sister's disappearance. Finishing his speech, Yumino grins broadly. I like your name, Asumi. Thank you. By the way, what's your sister's name? I bet she has a pretty name as well. Asumi? What's wrong? Yumino's casual question echoes around my head. By the way, what's your sister's name? What? What's happened to me? My sister's name? Right. My sister. I've been looking for my sister. Of course, my sister's name. Her name. Something's wrong. What's wrong with me? I can't remember. I can't remember my own sister's name. Calm down. I told someone her name. I'm sure I did. My sister's name is... I must have said it before. I said it, right? I can't remember. My sister. It's like I'm losing my mind. Perhaps it's because everyone keeps saying she doesn't exist. Recalling my sister makes me feel sick. It's no good. I can't think about her at all. Asumi, are you okay? It's late enough now. We have to get going. Yumino has checked out the lab. He says the admin office and the professor's office seem occupied. Yumino guesses the office manager is probably in the administration office. Maiko Mizukoshi, the secretary, is probably who's in the professor's office. I think it's too risky to try and lure out Maiko. Judging by her reaction to the locket and the game over screens, I think it's too risky to have him try and call out Maiko. So I'm gonna go for the admin office. I want to search the admin office first. Okay. I'll call the office manager away on some errand then. I'll make something up about the police investigation and keep her busy. Anyway, after you see the office manager leaving, go in using my ID card. Okay, I'll make sure to search the office as quickly as I can. After a while, the officer manager emerges through the lab entrance. Hurrying down the stairs, she disappears outside. It looks like Yumino did a good job with his phone call. I open the lab entrance with Yumino's ID card. For security reasons, no one can enter without an ID card in the evening. Once inside, I make for the admin office. As expected, the door is unlocked. Taking a deep breath, I enter. I don't have much time. I have to search quickly. Where should I look? Filing cabinet. I find a document screwed up into a ball. This year's winter holiday will begin on December 19th. Under no circumstances may staff members report for work from the 19th onwards. On the 19th, the staff are forbidden from working? This is also unusual. I wonder if there are strangely few staff members because of these orders. I don't have much time. I have to search quickly. Where should I look? I'm not gonna read that every time. I find a strange note. Until we find who is pulling the girl's strings, leave her be for the time being. But if the chance should arise, take care of her quietly. Oh, but if the chance should arise to take care of her quietly, I will take it. That must be from Maiko. What does this mean? Just as I expected, this office is hiding a secret. I'm worried that I might run out of time. Every inch of the sofa, can't find anything important. I'm struck by a very odd thought. A human body would fit perfectly inside it. Search it. I find some scissors nearby, and then use them to tear the sofa and rip out the stuffing. Despite my premonition, however, nothing is there. Not yet. I'm not giving up. 20th December, evening. Oops. I've been looking for evidence which proves my sister's existence. My sister certainly exists. I have so many memories of her. I feel like this is a fast track to a bad ending. What's this? I still have so many precious... That's right. I still have it. The teddy bear my sister gave me as a Christmas present. My sister must be around here somewhere. I'll find her and prove it to everyone. I have to hurry. Oh. Cupboard. Carefully look over and under everything. I can't find anything. There's a large vase containing seasonal flowers. I'll search the vase. There's nothing in there. I guess I'll break the vase. They're smashing the vase. I search the broken pieces. But there's nothing to be found. This is no good. It's taking too long, and we've left so much evidence. This is what I really didn't want to do. Is somebody's coming? I can hear footsteps walking down the deserted corridor. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Sound gets louder and louder. Somebody's coming. Who is it? I was so terrified that I lost all calm emotion. Oh, the lady. I thought I saw the face of the woman I'd seen in my dream. I had no way of knowing if it was an illusion created by my fear. Maiko. Before I realized it, the intruder has stabbed me with a dagger. Sis. I can only call out to my sister as the blood puddle around me grows. You didn't search the lab thoroughly enough. A key person's room was unexplored. Okay, so I guess that was just the wrong... See, but I was worried about is I thought maybe also I'd get the chance to like try and hide in the sofa. What I was worried about was I thought that Yumino calling out Maiko would be way too suspicious, and it probably still is going to be way too suspicious, and he's probably still going to end up dead. But sorry, Yumino, you got to do it for the plot. I want to search the professor's office first. Okay, I'll call Miss Maiko away on some errand then. Okay, that's the same, yep. After a while, Maiko Mizukoshi, the secretary, emerges through the lab entrance. Hurrying down the stairs, she disappears outside. Desk drawers. Professor Mikazuka's desk has a total of 3 drawers. Top. Stationery. I'm wasting my time. I'm gonna keep checking these. Must find the key. Huh? What is this? A small wooden bookshelf is attached to the side of the desk. Letters have been carved on it. Asami. Huh? Why is my name carved here? The letters, carved with some kind of knife, clearly say my name, Asami. The letters have been carved harshly and aggressively. I sense hatred and sadness. I don't know why, but the letters of my name are filled with a sense of horror. Bookshelf. I take the books one by one and carefully search inside each of them. I take the books one by one. Nothing to be found. There's a book that somehow seems out of place. Removing it from the shelf, I notice there's a hollow in its back cover, containing a key. Not yet. I'm not giving up. Okay, so I took way too much time. Oh wait, no. That was the same thing there. Let's go to desk drawers. Bottom drawer. It makes a satisfying click and the drawer opens. I find a pile of documents inside. I search them one by one. All the documents seem important, but none seem to relate to my sister. Huh? It's hard to notice, but an envelope is attached to the top of the drawer with tape. Removing the tape, I take out the envelope. The envelope is sealed. On the front is written, "Graduate student resumes submitted when enrolled." It must contain the resumes of the students enrolled here in this lab. If my sister were enrolled in this lab, then her resume should be in this envelope somewhere. It's divided into sections by year of enrollment. The first few resumes belong to people I've never heard of. What's strange about the resumes is that no one fills in the section about family members. Does this mean that section isn't compulsory? Or are they all alone, just like Sheena? I don't have much time to think about it now. Flipping through the resumes, I come across Sheena's. The picture on his resume is very young. He looks full of hope and optimism. Mr. Sheena. And the resume below that. As expected, the resume is Kakazaki's, a second year in the doctorate program. I'm suddenly overcome by a tremendous feeling of anxiety. Until now, I've been absorbed in the search of the room. But now, in an instant, my state of excitement is transformed into nervous anticipation. The year below Kazaki's is what they call D1, where my sister is supposed to be. I'm trembling in fear. It should be simple to turn the page to the next resume, and I simply can't do it. My hands are sweating, knees weak, arms are heavy. I've got vomit on my sweater already. Sister's spaghetti. She's nervous, but on the surface she looks calm and ready to flip pages, but she keeps on forgetting what she wrote down. By the way, what's your sister's name? But none is called Kamijo. Maybe you got the wrong lab. Everyone in the lab says my sister's never been here. But that's a lie. I'll prove it now. If I can get my sister's resume and show it to them all, then they'll be forced to admit their duplicity. I don't have much time. Yumino can only do so much. I I must move quickly. Maiko Mizukoshi could be back at any moment. Taking a deep breath, I read the next resume. The resume is Ichinose in the first year of the doctorate program. But looking more closely, I see a second resume attached to Ichinose's with a paperclip. And someone in the same academic year as Ichinose. Sis. What's going on? Asumi Kamijo, date of birth, December 24th, 1974. Is this mine? This is my picture, my birthday, my name, my resume. Okay, so it must have just been the lighting that makes them look different. But my sister. The sister I've been looking for. The sister who is supposed to be here in this lab. Everyone says she doesn't exist, but I found the resume of another D1 student after all. And the resume is mine? My sister is me. My sister, who's supposed to be in the first year of the doctorate program in this lab, is me? It says Asumi Kamijo. Is this someone's idea of a joke? I feel sick. What's going on? Somebody, help me. Yumino, come back. It's all over. Please tell me, Maiko. You've been hiding something. Somebody's coming? Suddenly, the door opens. No, I don't want to see it. Oh, bad ending. It's just Maiko. And as I lose consciousness, I feel like I can hear a gunshot. Somebody's got the gat? I watch as Maiko falls to the ground beside me. I feel as if I've been saved. Ayo! Ayo! There's someone popping off? Someone's packing? Please let it be Yumino, that'd be so funny. It's probably gonna be a police officer, but you know how funny it would be if it was Yumino and he was just there with like a revolver and he was just like... You know what? I'm actually kind of disappointed that wasn't a game over. I actually really wanted to investigate the hat, but I felt like that was gonna be a bad decision, so I decided not to. But now I kind of want to load and look at the hat. Okay, you know what I'll do? Here's what I'll do. I'll save right here. I'll save this here, but I'm gonna load back at this save slot because I wanna see what happens if I look at the hat. I don't know what I'm supposed to go to the rooftop. Also for fun, because I'm not gonna actually progress, I'm not gonna save any of these decisions. I actually want to see what happens if I go here. Is it a game over? I headed for a blind spot in the electrical substation. There was definitely somebody there. It's probably Maiko. Yep. Are you Asumi? What are you doing here? Her question made me nervous. Surely it'd be strange for the lab staff to see what in the world I was doing. On the other hand, why is she here? She probably hid because I came. I'm gonna get stabbed. Sorry, I was trying to find out why Mr. Sheena jumped off. I couldn't believe it. Okay, clip clop, high-pitched sound. Woman in heels. Maiko and I simultaneously braced ourselves and looked at the door. The sound of footsteps is getting closer and closer. Door opened. It was Kaori Hayashitani. Kaori and Maiko were both silent. Kaori relaxed her stiffened face for a moment, looked at both of us in surprise, and started to talk to us. Oh, how unusual. What are you doing here? That's you. Why are you here? Because I heard talking on the rooftop where nobody was supposed to be. I see. There was an awkward moment between them. Kaori gave me a signal without making eye contact with Maiko. She's probably telling me to go home. Perhaps this place or this situation is worse than I realize. Well, you should be careful as well. Now go back home. Okay. I may be being watched by her. Feeling the strange pressure, I decided to leave the rooftop. Okay. So that played out pretty much exactly the same. The only difference is that we found out that it was Maiko that was there. But aside from that, it pretty much played exactly the same. I imagine this is gonna play exactly the same as well. Yeah. That went exactly the same. Listen to him. Okay, and that also didn't change anything. Search the professor's office. What's the hat? I searched the hat. There's nothing unusual about the hat. Perhaps if I... Okay, so it's literally just there for flavor text. Okay. Okay, now that I know, now that my curiosity has been sated, I wasn't gonna change anything anyway, but now that my curiosity has been sated, we can come back here. When I wake, I am overcome by the strangest feeling. I haven't the faintest idea what it is I'm doing here. As soon as I turn on the TV, I recognize today's date. Today is December 21st. Yesterday was the 20th, so today is the 21st. This much is obvious. But in my mind, there's no connection between the 2 days. How? Why? I tried hard to recall yesterday. The effort makes me feel sick. Somehow, I sense that my body is rejecting my mind's effort at remembering yesterday. Yesterday, yes, I showed the CDR to Yumino. CDR on which I saved an email. Who sent me the email? Mr. Sheena. I remember. Mr. Sheena's dead. He jumped from the roof just yesterday. What did he tell me? He tried to tell me something. Just me. He knew my sister. That's why I showed the CDR to Yumino. I wanted to get clues about my sister. Yumino said he was going to help me. What happened to him? That's right. I snuck into the professor's office. I looked for a clue to help me find my sister, and I found a resume. A resume of a student. That student was me. And after that, was I stabbed by Maiko? I'm scared. I don't want to remember. The door. It opened. Maiko. She was going to... No, that's not true. I wasn't stabbed. I remember. Just as I was losing consciousness, I heard a loud explosion. Was it a gunshot? I don't know what that sound was, but Maiko crumpled to the ground. I remembered the crimson stain spreading over her back. Then I passed out. All of that. Was it a dream? That must be it. I'm just having a nightmare. I want to believe that. I want to run away. I shake my head and repeatedly slap myself in the face to wake myself up. Irritated that I still can't wake up, I angrily kick my bag lying near the bed. The bag flies through the air, scattering its contents all across the floor. Is this... No. No way. What happened yesterday was all real? Why am I lying in my sister's bed? I heard a loud sound. Perhaps a gunshot. I saw Maiko fall. After that, Somebody must have carried me here. That's what must have happened. Maiko was shot from behind. Who shot her? If that's what happened, then I suppose the same person carried me here. I completely forgot. I sneaked into the professor's room while Yumino was distracting Maiko. Yumino must have been worried about me and came back. Why did Maiko attack me? She was shot by someone. She fell down, dead. The person found me in the professor's room and brought me here. I realized that there's something I must check. Look for the key in my bag. I tip my bag upside down and search for the apartment key. There's the key, in its usual place in the inside pocket. And there it is. I quickly go to the front door and check to make sure it's locked. The door is locked? This door doesn't lock automatically, so either I or someone else must have done it. I have the key, but the front door is locked. I try to organize my thoughts about these facts logically. It's very likely that the person who brought me here, whether Yumino or someone else, would have used the key from my bag to open the front door. If that's the case, then how did this person lock the door when they left? After thinking deeply, I conclude that there are only two possibilities. The person who brought me here is still in the apartment, was my sister. Let's do this one. The person who brought me here is still in the apartment. Simply by thinking this, I'm overcome by a sensation that someone else is here. I mean, technically, because you're here, you're the one who let yourself in, so technically... I looked over most of the rooms when I checked the door, but I haven't checked the bathroom. Why don't you just leave? I'm not scared. I should check, just to be sure. Isn't it morning? Isn't it morning? It's the next day. Why don't you just leave your apartment? Get somebody to... Jump scare. Phew. Nobody's there. Come to think of it, I probably got up and locked the door myself. Exactly. Trying to convince myself that's what happened, I start to prepare to leave, and then jump scare. I'm not looking. Oh. This resume. This is what I got yesterday. By any rational measure, it should be impossible for them to have my resume. The address is different. Hongo Nanchome Byunkoku. I don't live there. Nanchome. My sister's apartment is in 6-chome, so it should be quite near. I memorized the address written on the resume. Just as I'm about to leave, I stop. A light is flashing. Playing all messages. As soon as I hear the voice on the answering machine, I'm frozen to the spot. Asumi, it's me. Long time no see. I'm sorry I've worried you. Find the 5th report. That's the only way you can survive. Message complete. 11:37 p.m. December 20th. There's no mistake. That was my sister. That was definitely her. Asumi, it's me. Long time no see. I'm sorry I've worried you. Find the 5th report. That's the only way you can survive. Message complete. 11:37 p.m. December 20th. 5th report. What does that mean? The 5th report out of some sequence? Or does it mean something more specific? I'm on the verge of tears. have any idea just how worried I was? Oops. But I'm glad. But sis, why won't you show yourself? If I find the fifth report, will I find you too? The resume I found on the night of the 20th. The address in it. Hongo 9 Shome. I don't know, I guess it's turboing when I'm pressing the A button because I'm pressing it for too long sometimes. The answering machine's message telling me to find the fifth report. These are the clues to my sister's disappearance I have as I leave the apartment. I probably should have saved there. Oh, well, whatever. I could go back. Should we end the stream there? Is this a final place to end the stream? I didn't know how long this was going to be. I thought maybe it'd be kind of short and have some different endings. But then again, a game that could be completed in under 4 hours would be a very short game. I am interested to see what horror ease mode is. I assume it's the lack of jump scares, and I assume the game over just says game over, because it does kind of fade to a separate screen and then say game over. I assume it just cuts out all the parts where you're about to get stabbed. I will say, aside from like the fact that it's always a black screen and then something suddenly appears, it hasn't been too scary. I'm more scared about running out of time. But I don't know. I'm definitely gonna keep playing this, and this totally is gonna keep diverting me away from playing other actual games, like finishing Zanki. But this has actually been very exciting. I found this very enjoyable. It's $10 on the eShop. I think it's also on. I assume it's on Steam as well. This has been a very fun game. It's not voiced, which that might have been cool if it was voiced, but it lets me progress as fast as I want to, which I guess is nice. I am not a fan of the fact that I can't open the menu or the chat log whenever I make a decision or whenever I'm choosing where I want to go. That's kind of annoying, but you know what? What are you gonna do? Um, if I play this again, depending on if this lends itself, I don't know if this is like one linear story or if there's different endings. I might play through it again later, like on my own time, just to see what it's like with no horror, like with horror ease mode on. But with that being said, um, I kind of like um I kind of like ending it here. I think this is the good spot to end it, as I just slowly like can't tell what I'm talking about. I think this is a good place to end it. Um, I'm very excited to play this though. I'm very excited to continue playing this. But with that being said, that is where we will end it for today. We're just under 4 hours. We're like 20 seconds away from hitting 4 hours. And I think that's where I want to call it before we get into anything. I can't save right now. So we're going to be started back where we were before, but I think that's going to be good because it'll be a recap for whenever we play this next. Get us back up to speed on everything. And with that being said, I feel like my heart rate really didn't get up that high. I feel like it is a visual novel, so maybe it's not that scary. I was looking at Savior of the Abyss, and that one seems to be kind of like Anne, where you're kind of moving and grooving all over the place, getting chased by things. So that might get me. The other one was Pound. And Pound looks a lot like Anne. But both of those games, if I play them, I'll probably save for October. I just really wanted to play this. I also was looking at Nyoja, but I've seen some mixed reviews on Nyoja, which I think were based on bugs that have been fixed. I was also debating whether or not I wanted to get it on Steam for the achievements or whether or not I wanted to get it on Switch. I'm still undecided. I still think I want to play it. If you don't know Nyoja, from what I gather, it's basically random. It's like Anime Among Us, but with one person. It's a single player Among Us thing. It's like Town of Salem or like Mafia, but it's you against the computer. And it just has a bunch of randomly generated storylines. It randomly assigns people to be the Nyoja, to be the sussy imposter, which I don't know if that means that you can be the sussy imposter. I assume there is there are storylines where you can become the sussy imposter. But I kind of want to play that one just because it's Anime Among Us, and also it seems wacky. But I've heard that it's either... Some people have said that after the initial like gameplay loop, it's really boring, and that the characters aren't written that well. But I have pretty low standards, so I think it'll be okay. I did see one review that said if you're expecting it to be like 999, you're going to be disappointed. And while I read that and I was a little disappointed, I was also like, yeah, but 999 is so good. It is, I think, by far my favorite out of all of the Zero Escape games. I think out of all of them, 999 is my favorite. I don't know. I don't know. Like, Sigma and Phi are cool, but I really like Akane and Junpei. And also, I really like the setup for 999. Virtue's Last Reward was, like, overly convoluted, in my opinion. And Zero Time Dilemma was just kind of wacky sometimes. But I really like 999. 999 is very nice. The replaying, like going through and replaying things, not as nice. I did not enjoy that as much. And I also didn't like all the weird unskippable stuff in Virtue's Last Reward that made it seem like a real slog, even though it had a flowchart. But I definitely would say that 999 is my favorite out of the three. With that being said, though, we've passed 4 hours, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to say I didn't freak out as much as I thought I would, actually. That's cool. And I will see you all hopefully on Monday, maybe even with this game again, because mystery game, right? See you all on Monday. Take care, and bye. Do. Hey, soul sister. Should I play that? Should that be the ending song for today? I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. But I won't. I'm actually just gonna end the stream here, you know? Leaving the outro to go out, who cares? Bye.